Good evening. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 5:07. Sorry, a couple minutes late there. We obviously have our ground rules and our board vision. I'm sure we've read those. Thank you very much. Chancellor, recommendation of the agenda, please.
The items presented to the board have been reviewed through District Consultation Council and are presented without constituent objection.
Thank you. Item 1.04, currently tonight it says changes to the agenda. If you're prepared to do it tonight, great. But from now on, we are also going to pull our items from the consent agenda here. I guess it's a little tricky with board docs to do it super quickly at the time. So if you're not ready to do it tonight, just for preparation for next month, this will say approval of the agenda, and it will be anything to be pulled from consent as well as changes to the agenda going forward. If you know what would you like to pull tonight, let me know. Right, and we are removing 2.02 from closed session, and I have my notes on this. I just didn't pull them out. And 3.04 has also been pulled. So there we go. We have some public comments for closed session. We will start with Maria Urenda, and after that, Tiffany Pollock.
Well, it's good to be in person. Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor Gillespie. I am Maria Urenda. Hopefully you can hear me okay with my mask on. SEIU Chief Steward, and I'll be speaking on closed session item 2.03, conference with the Labor Negotiators, SEIU Local 99. SEIU would like to thank and appreciate the board's decision to honor the Juneteenth holiday for 2022 and for the consideration that it will take in appropriately observing the first declared federal holiday of Juneteenth 2021. This declared federal and perhaps soon state holiday resonates deeply with our membership. Therefore, SEIU will embrace any appropriate recognition of the significant holiday and remain open to an additional floating holiday as an option. We acknowledge that other community colleges have chosen various ways to honor Juneteenth 2021 and believe that VCCCD can do so properly as well. We do not seek to add financial strain, nor do we want to hinder the instructional calendar in any way. Again, we appreciate the options that the board may consider tonight to appropriately recognize Juneteenth 2021. We look forward to be able to communicate that out soon to our members who are certainly watching tonight. Thank you, and it's again very nice to see you in person. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Tiffany Pollock.
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Pollock. I'm a faculty member in the chemistry department at Moore Park College. I appreciate very much having the opportunity to address the board this evening. I wanted to take a moment and acknowledge our Associated Students President, Mary Poitier, who has done a fabulous job representing the students of our campus, and our incoming Associated Students President-elect, who you will know, she's been the student advocacy representative here. Karina attended many board meetings, and I know she's going to be doing a great job for us. I am here tonight, though, to address the vaccine mandate and the continuation of the discrimination against our unvaccinated students. Our unvaccinated students are banned from campus, and this continues into the summer and the fall semester. I cannot express to you how deeply saddened that makes me, because our unvaccinated students should have a right to access on-campus, on-ground courses and services just like everyone else. In case you haven't been on the website and looked, I just wanted to tell you, as of yesterday, May 10th, the Ventura County Recovers website says that 59% of the positive COVID tests are among vaccinated individuals in the county. Only 41% of the positive COVID cases are on the unvaccinated. So to ban unvaccinated students from campus is completely unfair and completely unnecessary. We will continue to have a mandate in place that isn't going to be enforced in any way. And a student would go on the website if they're unvaccinated and they're being told they cannot attend in-person classes. There are no science classes that are offered online anymore. None. Almost entirely the math department at our college, almost entirely in-person classes. And you continue to ban unvaccinated students that don't have a religious or medical exemption. And it's heartbreaking for me. I'm going to continue to advocate on my campus. I have been told repeatedly that the forms for medical and religious exemptions will be updated. They're not. The religious exemption still includes a letter from a clergy person, which we know is not required. I think all of us know that isn't required, except a student would not know that because they access the forms and it says they have to complete it. I cannot, in good conscience, let you continue to ban unvaccinated students without speaking up. It's gone on too long. The only way that you can right this wrong is by rescinding the board policy. College of the Canyons has done that. There is no mandate. Students can freely access classes. They don't have to test. They don't have to show proof of vaccination any longer. So if you're concerned about enrollment, and I know you are, consider taking the same action and welcoming our unvaccinated students back on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Michael Sheets, and then I have Ty Gardner that you put it in earlier. Are you both speaking? Okay, thank you. Ty Gardner.
I'd be happy to speak now. All right, well, thank you, Chancellor and Board. AFT 1828 met with the district multiple times since our last report to the board. Our April meetings were productive, leading to tentative agreements on Article 11, tenure, Article 13, department chairs, and Article 9, calendar, including an agreement to negotiate the impacts of a move to a compressed calendar. I'd like to clarify our position on this because it's sometimes misunderstood. AFT supports the move to a compressed calendar because our faculty support a move to a compressed calendar. But we also understand that such a change impacts numerous articles in the CBA and therefore will require significant changes. Thankfully, as educators, we are no stranger to creativity or hard work. We look forward to engaging in these discussions in the near future. April was also a time for us to introduce some significant changes to Article 5, workload, and Article 3, salary. The fact that our salaries are uniquely low in the state, with starting salaries currently ranked 68 out of 72 districts and out of step with the cost of living, isn't news. While we expect negotiations on these issues to take some time, we have attempted to offer the district some ways forward that are targeted to solve our specific systemic problems, with the goal to pay faculty more fairly, thereby increasing our ability to attract and retain qualified faculty and improve faculty morale at a time when faculty are suffering from shared emotional burden of years of pandemic stress felt by our students and our community. My only ask of the board is that you encourage the continuation of a collaborative, cooperative, creative process during this negotiation. Our problems are shared problems, and we're going to solve them together. Thank you.
Thank you. And last we have Jacqueline Walker.
Can you hear me?
I think so.
I thought you turned it off. Sorry. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Hi, I'm Jacqueline Walker from Ventura College. After listening to the chancellor's finalist interviews yesterday, there's an idea rolling around in my head in response to what finalist Lee Lambert said when asked a question about his leadership priorities. He talked about helping colleges in trouble to get out of trouble, about working with the community to understand its needs, and about responding to those needs with action and not just words. First, by listening. But the idea that I've been ruminating over is when Lambert emphasized the importance of engagement, of engaging the community, to engage the community and link it to the resources of our colleges. It requires leaders like the chancellor to ask the community, what do you need? So even though in my 14 years at Ventura College, I have never been asked by any of my administrative leaders at Ventura College or by the district what I need, here are a few things that I see that we need as a community. We need good leadership, administrators, district, board of trustees, and faculty willing to stand up and speak out without fear of retaliation. We need leaders to ask us what we need. We need administrators to respond to us when we email them, reaching out, telling them that we need help. We need to be honest about the devastation of COVID on our minds, our bodies, our enrollment. We need students to have access to an education regardless of vaccination status. We need faculty, staff, and staff to be able to work and do our jobs regardless of vaccination status. We need to reassess our lives in light of the shifts and the changes brought on by 2 years of mostly remote learning. We need to change how we teach our students in this new world so they can retain and succeed. We need our non-instructional faculty to continue to have remote options for work, just like everybody else has. We need to ask our students, what do you need? We need to stop enforcing the COVID mandate like LA County Community College District has, a board decision that was rescinded, not just because it's violating basic civil rights, but because it's hurting us. It's hurting our community. We need to listen more. We need safe spaces to speak and to express. We need more courageous conversations. We need to cultivate a civil discourse. We need to prioritize the needs of the people first in our business of learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Did I miss anybody? Okay, great. We will now go to closed session. Oh, there were, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
and I
two
can-
written. Okay,
yeah.
why don't you run over that?
There were also 2 written comments for closed session. One from Kenya Galdamez, and her comments are around the pandemic response update, indicating that the vaccine mandate will continue. And her question is, why would you consider it important to continue to implement the vaccine mandate and COVID protocols, offer online courses, but not show the same respect and importance to the instructional faculty and classified by removing another safety measure, which is remote work? So this is her support for continuing remote work for non-instructional faculty. We had Marisol Hernandez, and this is also around continuing to allow classified professionals and non-instructional faculty to continue with remote work.
Thank you. Okay, so now we will adjourn to closed sessions for item 2.01 and 2.03, anticipated litigation and conference with labor negotiations. And we will be back hopefully at right around 6:30. Appreciate your patience. We are returning from closed session where the board did take action. It was moved by trustee Mantooth, seconded by trustee Perez, and carried on a 5-0 vote to rejection of claim for Cholsky versus the Ventura County Community College District, Sheffield versus Lee Ventura County Community College District. But I'm sorry, the other one was moved by trustee Perez and seconded by vice chair Mantooth. That was Sheffield Lee versus Ventura County Community College District, also rejected the claim on a 5-0 vote. And then it was in a conference with legal counsel. It was moved by trustee Perez, seconded by trustee Torres, carried on a 5-0 vote to approve the settlement agreement and general release with a former employee number 900696614. Yes. Okay. One more second. I think I'd be. Okay, we're going to next to the pledge of the flag, and I'm going to ask our student trustee at his final meeting to lead us in the pledge. Okay, is there anyone that's filled out in advance public comments that they may think they're coming in Zoom, but okay, so what we're going to do is probably go back and forth Zoom and live to try, maybe it'll be efficient, maybe it'll be inefficient, and I'll change my mind, but for starters, we're going to go with Abby Austin Wood. Yes, over to the podium. Just make sure it's on. Let's try again. Pull it close to you. It really likes to be close.
Testing.
There you go. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I am Abby Austin Wood. I am the ASMC Director of Budget and Finance for the Associate Students of Moore Park College Board. And I would like to honestly say without a doubt that the resolution for the importance of the student role in our participatory governance is very much needed. Like, everyone on our board does so many amazing, wonderful things that advocate for students, and we do it with our heart and soul, that we want to make it so that we actually have something that we're doing, that we say, hey, I just made this amazing thing happen for our students in Moore Park. Like, be able to say that we did something important and that we care. Like, honestly, we really care. We want to help our students. So yeah, please try to make this resolution pass, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Madden via Zoom. Oh, no, she's here. Sorry. Okay. You're together. What? I'm sorry. Your name? Oh, hi, Allison. Okay.
All right. So you can take one of us off. That's great. So good evening, Chair McKay, Vice Chair Mantooth, trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, and attendees. My name is Allison Barton, and I'm the coordinator at the Moore Park College Student Health Center. And I'm joined by my colleague, Deanna McFadden, the coordinator of the Oxnard College Student Health Center. We're here this evening to honor Vice Chancellor Dan Watkins, who has no idea that we're doing this. with the first ever Florence Nightingale Award from our centers for his tireless work on the on behalf of students, faculty, and staff in the prevention and the spread of COVID-19 on our campuses. From the very beginning, Dan has demonstrated vision in choosing the tracking technology to help us monitor spread, while he recognizes his limitations and the importance of involving health center staffs and other campus stakeholders in the development of the app and other procedures. He also got really smart about COVID really quickly and applied that knowledge in a very thoughtful way. He has facilitated the good work of the Healthy Return to Campus group and has always requested and encouraged our recommendations to district leadership. His patience and graciousness with me personally, when I was first starting in this position, were helpful and reassuring. Certainly, Dan's invaluable contributions resulted in the reduced COVID-19 transmission on our campuses, but his kindness and compassion will live longer than the COVID crisis. So in nursing, we have a really important ceremony called a pinning ceremony. So we would like to pin Dan tonight.
Aw,
This is a time-honored tradition in nursing, and it's different than a formal graduation. And many of us nurses feel like it's the most significant ceremony that we have. The pin is a symbol of hard work that is required to become a nurse. This ceremony is over 1,000 years old. It began during the Crusades and was popularized by Queen Victoria when she awarded Florence Nightingale the Royal Red Cross for her service in the Crimean War. The pinning ceremony signifies that you have joined the sisterhood and brotherhood of nurses. Nursing has often been referred to as a calling, and we'd like to say Dan certainly answered the call. Thank you from all of us at Student Health Services.
can we take a picture, please, before you go? Dan, I just want to see you walk back and forth a couple more times in front of the step and repeat. Our fancy picture taking step and repeat. Thank you. And I agree, he is incredibly patient. No, he has to be with me. Oh. Next, Jim Gilmore. And after that, James Vega.
Good evening, Chair and members of
Hi,
the
Jim.
District Board and other staff members, and more importantly, people in the audience, especially my Oxnard College family here. My name is Jim Gilmer. I'm a alumnus way back of Oxnard College. I won't say the year, but I've also sent 2 kids through there and mentored probably hundreds of kids over the years. As a former volunteer mentor, I'm here representing myself. I'm a member of the foundation, Oxnard College, but I'm not here representing that. I'm speaking as a private citizen. Having been involved with Oxnard College for 40 or more years, and more recently on the foundation, I'm very disturbed at organizationally the decision that has come up with the administrative leave of the president. I've been involved with chancellor searches here, Oxnard College president searches. I've put a lot of time into this district. Some of you up there know. It has come time now for the foundation in and of itself. We have a saying in our faith community that without a vision, the people perish. And unfortunately for Oxnard College, it is visionless at this point. It needs to be revisioned, reorganized, restructured. It is very dysfunctional, organizationally dysfunction, and we have divisiveness. And I'm asking the board tonight, this is not a president issue. This is an organizational development issue. And we need to get around the table as a foundation. We need intervention, identify the divisive issues, strategize how we can work together harmoniously with our students, faculty, and staff, restructure the foundation to be 2022 and beyond. Because right now we're old historical paradigm. It doesn't fit this paradigm right now. So, oh, I thought my time was up, but no, okay. So, and most of us here as business development people, organizational, you know, organizations shift and change. And we need a blueprint, we need a map. We don't have that for the foundation right now. And it's not to throw under the bus the former, you know, staff or administrator. It's just time to reorganize, time to revision, it's time to restructure. Because that's what's created this dysfunction. It's not the president, it's not him. There's been some issues from the current leadership of the foundation that needs to be addressed. It needs to be reorganized, need to be restructured, and we need to involve students and faculty on this foundation because they're the voices. We're here for them. And so I would ask that we revisit this whole situation and as a district, come on board with the foundation, the district, the college, the foundation. Let's get together and revision this thing and get it back on track. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jim. It's good to see you again. James Vega by Zoom. Do we have him? Oh, then I give up on this. These are all.
Sí, sí se puede. Yes, yes, it can be done. Good evening, distinguished board, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, and all the guests that are present today representing your circles in life and at home. My name is Jaime Vega, James Vega. I represent the immigrants that have risked and some that have lost their lives coming into the United States of America. Thanks for everyone's efforts regarding the Dolores Huerta passing resolution to honor her at our Ventura Community College School District. As a child of immigrant parents whose father came into the USA via the Bracero program, after he and thousands were herded into processing facilities while being sprayed with cancer-causing chemicals in order to be allowed to work in the agricultural fields in the land of opportunity in America. This because there were not enough American workers for this dignified work due to our soldiers being shipped away to participate in World War II. I had a dream, a vision from an article from the Cal State University Channel Islands, and this was an honor that took place at Cal State University Channel Islands. The chancellor from the Channel Island, from the CSU system, declared such a resolution that is being hopefully passed tonight, whereby honors given to Dolores Huerta. So our sister university down the street is one of those universities. Here's some information that for consideration on of historical significance when we do honor her, whether it's on a plaque, a mural, a bench, whichever way we're going to do that. In 1972, Dolores Clara Fernandez Huerta came up with the slogan of "Sí se puede," yes, yes, it can be done, and has long been a UFW, United Farm Worker, guiding principle that has served to inspire the accomplishments of goals. The phrase is a federally registered trademark of the UFW. Dolores Huerta was born as a coal miner's daughter on April 10th, 1930. And something of interest is that we see her as a guerrera, a female warrior. On that day in 1919, Emiliano Zapata was assassinated, and she was born on that same date. So we acknowledge that of her. So she was born in April 10th, 1930 in the mining town of Dawson, New Mexico. And also I wanted to share that an article on El Día de la Independencia de Mexico, that the farm workers were only earning about 70 cents an hour. At that time, 90 cents was the highest wage. They didn't have toilets in the field. They didn't have cold drinking water. They didn't have rest periods. Dolores says from sun up to sundown, it was really atrocious. And this is from a media article by Ms. Gregory and Ms. Steiner. Two of our presidents have honored her. One, in 1998, President Clinton honored her with the prestigious Eleanor Roosevelt Human Rights Award. And in 2012, President Obama bestowed upon her the Presidential Medal of Freedom, the highest civilian honor in the United States. In 2022, Yale also honored her with the honorary Doctor of Laws degrees. I thank each and every one of you for all your time and efforts. As I mentioned earlier, I represent those that are not here, those that have passed away trying to come here, and also in the name of equity and justice for all. Thank you so much for your time and efforts. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for yours. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, someone I used to only see on Zoom, Lorena Ortiz.
Can you hear me? Oh, yes. I
Yes, you
love to
bet.
hear my voice. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lorena Ortiz, and I am a former Oxnard College student and ASG president. And I am here, I'm here seeing the presidents, and I don't see my president, Luis Sanchez. And I say my president because he is a leader. He is a president that listened to students. Anytime I had something to discuss about in school regarding some students, his office was always open, never shut down. So I wanted to say that he's a true leader. OC Foundation Scholarship, you know, there's been issues for years now. I'm going to read a letter dated June 14th, 20. This is to one of the board members of the OC Foundation. Thank you for the opportunity to address you regarding the scholarships. My name is Lorena Ortiz. I am a student worker at Oxnard College, and I am a single mother of 4 and involved in the CalWorks, EOPS, and EAC programs at Oxnard College. Currently, I am the ASG president for the upcoming 2020-21 academic school year. The past spring semester was my second time applying for the scholarships through Oxnard College Foundation. Both times I was blessed enough to be awarded a scholarship. The first time I received a $500 scholarship, and this past spring semester, I received 2 $500 scholarships, which I am grateful for, and for our donors. Till this day, I haven't received them. I would like to share with you my experience and hardship with the scholarships. Currently, we have to purchase the supplies, bring in our receipt, and then wait to be reimbursed. Unfortunately, like many other students in this position, I am unable to use the scholarship funds until I find a way to borrow the money first, then save the receipt and give it to the foundation along with the reimbursement form and wait for the reimbursement. At this time in my life as a single mother on CalWorks and a part-time student worker with 4 kids, I do not have extra finances available for this use. It is a great deal of work and time I have to put into maintaining the grades to qualify for the scholarship, not to mention filling out the application and sourcing the letters of recommendation. Please know that we are all very grateful for our donors and the scholarships they provide. Without these scholarships, some of us would never be able to have access to the technology to help us graduate. For what I understand, Oxnard College is the only college in our district that processes the scholarships this way. You may ask yourself, why is this such a hardship? Because Oxnard College has the most low-income students in our district, and many may have to choose between rent, groceries, or childcare before a new laptop or Windows 365. I was not going to apply this past spring because I felt discouraged, and it did feel like a waste of time for me to be awarded a scholarship and not be able to access it.
Lorena, you have to wrap it up.
Okay, so in regards to this, I have other students who have not also gotten their scholarships and would like to come and explain why we haven't gotten our scholarships. Like I said, I still haven't received any of my scholarships.
Thank
And
you.
I did boycott the foundation last year. Thank you.
Thanks, Lorena. Jacqueline Walker. Okay. Thank you. Gabriela Rodriguez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Gabriela Rodriguez, and I'm here on behalf of myself as a concerned citizen. And I'm an employee of the organization. However, I'm here on my personal time as a constituent to our Board of Trustees. And I'm here with a plead. I am here to plead that in 90 days or as soon as possible, we conduct whatever investigation needs to happen so that we can continue strengthening Oxnard College leadership. No disrespect to Dr. Kobian, I'm sure he will hold down the fort just fine. But I'm here to speak a little bit about my experiences with our president who's currently on leave. President Sanchez has been a student-centered, very cool, calm, and collected, inviting, engaging person. He's had an open door. He's listened not only to staff, faculty, students, the Senate. He's been very inclusive. He's an equity-minded person. And unfortunately for his advocacy work, it seems that right now there's negative repercussions for some of his concerns or voicing opinions. I have witnessed him speak up on behalf of students and their concerns. I know that there's been many concerns shared with former presidents. The last 3 presidents have failed to take any action. And that's why I'm here. Just because I believe that whatever investigation must take place, then please move forward with it in an expedited process, not in a year, not in longer than that. Really, Oxnard College has really been going through it. If we look at the last few years, it's just been one after another after another. The morale on campus right now is really down the drain. We had just had an amazing family day on Sunday, and we ended the week with most people feeling very demoralized, very stressed. And we're only 2 weeks, not even, our graduation is next week. And really this is a blow to the college campus community. I can only speak to my interactions with the individual. They've been nothing but positive. He's been very inclusive, supportive, engaging. I mean, all the good, kind words that I have to share, just like all of you professionals. Again, please get to the bottom of this as soon as possible so we can either get our president back. I'm sure he could have retired last year. But we have a lot of work to do, and we need to focus on our students and our student interests, and ultimately change the world. You know, we take 1 step forward, we take 3 steps back, 2 steps forward. Give us a break. Again, do whatever investigation you have to do. Get to the bottom of this, and let's get to work, because we're here for students, and our students need us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I yield my time to whoever needs it.
I'm sure you'll have some takers. Yolanda Benitez.
Good evening, Boards of Trustee and Chancellor. My name is Yolanda Benitez. I'm also a member of the Oxnard Foundation. I'm here as an involved community member and an educator who has encouraged students to attend Oxnard College. I'm here asking you for your leadership on 3 action items. I'm asking that you do not sign the lease agreement with Oxnard Foundation until the board can investigate and ensure that the Oxnard College has some type of agreement on the marketplace funds with the foundation. 2, conduct an independent audit on the foundation funds as part of a new lease agreement. According to the foundation records, there is approximately $10 million in various savings accounts. A very limited amount of money is given to students as so-called scholarships, which is supposed to be our foundation's main purpose. Occasionally, the foundation provides funds to campus needs, such as lab equipment. I'm not suggesting that there is an audit exception, but to verify that the marketplace funds that have no restrictions for student use are appropriately allocated. The students have been given many different reasons from the foundation director as to why they cannot receive their awarded scholarships. It is frustrating for them, and I've heard many. Our students need survival funds, rent, gas, and food, not just tuition. They earned it. They got their award. At the last foundation board meeting, the foundation board president attacked President Sanchez by accusing him of wanting to dissolve the foundation if he was not given a certain college funds for a position of director of advancement, which was to write grants for students. We were not in open session during the attack. President Sanchez politely completed his report and stated that the foundation president could meet with him to discuss this concern. He was professional and courteous in a very discourteous situation. The foundation board approved the funds to the college. However, that evening, we all received emails that said the count was wrong, and therefore the motion failed. The president did not get the funds for the position that was supposed to be to help students. The foundation is dysfunctional and may I have her time? Does not follow Brown Act or Robert's Rules of Order. I have sent a letter to all the foundation board outlining our needed training for the benefits of students and Oxnard College. The Ventura Community College guidance is needed. This can be accomplished.
That is the
through
time.
lease agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Bills? Okay. Do we have Ronnie? Or maybe we can bring him up and we can move on to Renee Butler.
Good evening. I'm Renee. I teach math at Moore Park College, and I'm very thankful. COVID cases numbers are down, as everyone is, I am sure. And I'm glad to hear that testing is no longer required unless a person does have symptoms. And I'm glad that masks are no longer required, but highly advised. Now I ask again that all mandates be dropped for the COVID vaccine. There's nothing else I can really say that hasn't been said already, but now we know that LA Community College District has dropped the mandate, as well as other community colleges in California. Before COVID, we would lose at Moore Park, we'd lose students to Pierce Valley and LA Mission all the time because they had the normal 16-week semester aligned with the Cal States with winter intersession. Now we are losing even more students to LA since that district has dropped the COVID max mandate. Ventura County's numbers are down further than LA's, and yet we still have a mandate. I've been watching the enrollments for math class at Moore Park for the last few weeks. Classes are not filling up. By now, pre-COVID and pre-mandates, most classes would be full, if not completely full. One of my classes, Math 5, college algebra, transfer level math, has 0 people in it. And again, before the mandates and before COVID, it probably would be almost full. This semester, well, first of all, I started teaching on ground spring of 2021, one of the first teachers to come back on ground. This semester, spring 2022, I have 4 classes. I started with about 64 students total in all 4 classes. So if nothing else speaks to you regarding mandates, I hope FTESs will, but I still want to add that for the sake of the student equity, please drop the vax mandates. The crisis is over. I have 1:25. Can I give it to Yolanda?
We're about a minute into so you really actually don't have a 5 to give. And we don't do it that way. You have to give it in advance. So thank you. Okay. Daisy Contreras. Okay. Then Michael Sheets.
Good evening, Chair McKay, members of the board, Chancellor Gillespie. On behalf of the AFT Local 1828, I would like to convey our serious concerns over Agenda Item 1503 as it relates to increasing the number of administrative and managerial positions at the District Administrative Center. The AFT Local 1828 Executive Council has discussed the proposed addition of managerial positions, which will divert budgetary funding from the 3 individual college budgets. And while the AFT does not categorically oppose legitimate restructuring efforts that are proven to increase efficiency of operations by reducing the duplication of services, after considerable deliberation, we are unanimous in our concern and continue to oppose this increase for the following reasons. Notwithstanding the assertion by the Chancellor that the proposal was subjected to robust discussion and properly vetted through the shared governance process, we continue to believe that the proposal has not yet been fully vetted, and it continues to be unclear what fiscal impact this reallocation of funding will have on the individual colleges, the programs, and ultimately on the services to our students. The district has on previous occasion proposed and executed other forms of consolidation or reallocation of positions, which in theory has the potential to increase efficiency. However, under these previous efforts, the end result has failed to reduce the budget, and in fact, in some cases, has resulted in needless duplication of services and increased cost. Lastly, the proposal fails to provide any solid evidence of value added to the district. In other words, while the proposal outlines a plan that would increase the DAC budget, it fails to provide tangible evidence that such a proposal would actually result in either increased efficiency, decreased overall cost, or a significant enhancement to the services and ultimate success of our students. For those reasons, we continue to oppose the proposal, particularly during such uncertain times, until such time as these very critical unanswered questions can be addressed in detail, showing tangible evidence that the proposed positions would in fact be a step forward rather than an unnecessary burden on the respective campuses. Therefore, we are respectfully asking the Board of Trustees to reject the most recent version of this proposal as being fiscally inappropriate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Isaac O. And Isaac, as agreed, you'll speak to your public comment now for 3 minutes, and then you're going to speak to the student resolution. Yes? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you to the board. Thank you to everybody that came out today. Really appreciate all of you being here. I have a question of the board and all the district administrators. Are you guys feeling the heat? Because you got EOC complaints, claims against the district, Department of Education complaints, internal harassment, discrimination complaints, but you really don't seem to acknowledge it. So this crisis in the district is a room for opportunity and for improvement. And anybody that denies that there's a crisis in the district is delusional. So I want to say, I see Damian Pena in this room here today. I'm not sure what you're here to speak about, but if it's anything about rights or justice, you need to take a look in the mirror, because when you suspended me without any evidence.
Could you please address your comments to the board?
I'm addressing my comments to the public as it is public comment. Do not interrupt me.
Excuse me?
When you suspended me,
Yeah, I'm going to
back on
call you
October-
out of order, sir. You need to be addressing. You cannot address someone in the audience. Please address.
I'm addressing the public. Can you restart my time? I don't appreciate disruptions to my public comment.
You can continue.
Damian Pena, and you suspended me on October 28th without a shred of evidence. You violated my rights as a student. You treated me like trash. You attempted to remove me from the paramedic program without any due process or evidence. But I do have evidence of everything that you have done to me, and it is clear and vivid. Jesus Vega, same to you, and you suspended me in violation of 34 CFR 106 on March 10th, I believe it was. I have all that clearly recorded. Suspend me without any evidence, without any due process, and you try to get rid of me from the paramedic program, and you will fail. About the foundation situation, an independent audit needs to be held of all 3 college foundations. The public should pursue this by any means necessary, including Public Records Act requests under 6250 of the California Government Code, as well as social media and media outreach. If there's nothing to hide, then there should be no issue. If there's something to hide, then all misdemeanors and felonies and anybody responsible for them should be held accountable. I encourage you to contact the banks and the funding sources of the foundation. Apologize ahead of time if I butcher them. Bursnot Capital Advisor, Community West Bank. I believe it's Montecito Bank and Trust. Let me double check. Yeah, that sounds right. Lastly, as far as the chancellor candidates go, we have some grave concerns. I believe Lee Lambert made a pretty decent first impression and addressed some clear and specific items that make him qualify to be a leader. Although there's some really serious concern, I'm going to continue because I was interrupted for about 20 seconds. He needs to address his lawsuit, which was cause of action of which was 42 USC United States Code 1983, which is deprivation of rights under color of law, because that's exactly what's happening. It has been happening in this district for a very long time. So if he's going to come in and have the same MO as the district has had, that's just not going to work. But regardless of all that, I thank everybody that's here. Those that are doing a good thing are going to stand in God's glory. Those that are not will be held
Your
accountable.
time is up. Thank
Thank you
you.
for your time.
Christian Roserte? Sorry, written over.
It happens all the time. Don't worry about it.
Okay. How do you say it? Just so I
It's
know.
Rosete.
Rosete, thank you.
Rosete. Yeah. And anytime that I do have left over, I would like to give it over to Yolanda. But do I just start and then the timer will start?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I come today to speak of love and perseverance. My name is Christian Rosete and I'm a first generation college student. I've had the pleasure of being able to attend such a progressive and inviting campus. Everyone on campus encourages students to reach their full potential. We are shown to strive for our future with passion and love near our hearts. A true leader cascades their ways of leading but just by action and doing. President Sanchez was a role model not only to me, but to my fellow students and professors and staff alike. I've been exposed to people in my life that have shown me the horrors of what power can do. I can remember the first time I was in the presence of President Sanchez. ASG was invited to a conference in preparation for the new physical school year. I remember feeling the warmth of him then. He had a presence that everyone admired and respected. He held passion, care, empathy while speaking to students and teachers alike. I was once told that employees amplified the character of their bosses. It could have not been clearer that President Sanchez respected, loved, and admired all faculty and staff. President Sanchez has created a campus of diversity, equity, and love from ashes of fear, loneliness, and seclusion. I felt reassured knowing our president had the best intention and pathway for his educational institution. Aristotle said, "We are what we repeatedly do. Excellence, therefore, is not an act, but a habit." I do not doubt in my mind that President Sanchez will continue to further his career in empowerment of students. His habits were seen and felt by those who worked with him. He inspired, nurtured, and cared for his Oxnard College family. He was someone that was looked up for inspiration. President Sanchez is an example of excellence. Like all leaders who push the status quo, we will follow in his footsteps. I feel as though his legacy is being tarnished, and I stand before you to ask for a fair investigation within the 90 days period so he may return to our college and lead again with love and compassion. Thank you, and I give the rest of my time to Yolanda. And it's 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Thank you for your time. My third area was the return of President Sanchez to Oxnard College until the investigation is completed. The investigation on the president to be 90 days is unacceptable. It has to be a shorter timeline for someone in education. To be placed on administrative leave already assumes guilt in the public eyes. The longer the investigation goes on, the more guilty he becomes. The longer the investigation, then President Sanchez, a man who stood up for Oxnard College and its students, will face a tarnished reputation. As a Latina, I have seen many Latinos and Afro-American leaders tarnished for speaking up, making changes, and not bowing to the order that was supposed to be. I asked the board help that break the supposed to be and open the funds for student action.
I understand we have I understand we have Daisy Contreras on Zoom now. I see the name. It's happening.
Yes, I am here. Good evening.
Thank you, Daisy. Go ahead.
I am here today to basically talk about the time that I've known President Sanchez and my firsthand experience with the Oxnard College Foundation. I was awarded a scholarship, and I can tell you firsthand, as an individual, one, I'm a Latina, an adult student that went back to school, and I was part of President Sanchez forum. And I can tell you that I was one of the students that advocated for change. And it's just so unfair. And it's just the fact that he's being mistreated for advocating for us students. What frustrates me the most is that he's advocating for things that we believed in. So one thing I'd like to tell you is, I was awarded a $1,000 scholarship 2 years ago when I was a student at Oxnard College. And, it was so hard for me to have to borrow money. Not only was it hard, but it was embarrassing for me to have to borrow money from individuals for a scholarship that I was awarded, in order for me to get the money that was owed to me. I just do not understand, why is it that Oxnard College, we're students that are probably most in need of these type of scholarships, yet we're the one and only community college in Ventura County, Santa Barbara County, that requires its students to have to fork up money ahead of time in order for it to be awarded. And when somebody such as President Sanchez actually takes accountability and tries to prevent this from taking place, you guys suspend him and put him on an administrative leave. What kind of leadership example are you guys as board members showing? This is the reason why people of color are hesitant at times to speak up, because we get penalized for it. And it's just so unfair. And I can tell you right now that firsthand, I will not let go of this. I'm extremely upset. And I know there's hundreds of other students, and we will protest, even if that means we have to walk out of our studies or whatever it is that we need to do for you guys to open your eyes and see that this false accusation of harassment is just out of hand. He was simply trying to justify an action that there's obviously an error. I don't think any of you have had the opportunity or have had to be in a situation where you have to borrow money in order for you to be able to afford your school tax supplies. You guys talk about wanting the future and wanting to change and wanting to help students out. How is this helping students? I honestly don't understand how this is helping students in any way, shape, or form. This is just a negative impact to our community. And individuals such as myself, a Latina, a person of color, this is the reason why we're hesitant to try to further our education. Because when we try to further it, we have roadblocks such as this. It's just very unfortunate.
Time is up. Thank you so much for joining us. Jose Maldonado.
Good evening, everybody. Can we good? Can you hear me?
Try.
Yeah.
There you
Mic
go.
check. Okay.
Just
Got it. How's this? I'm not trying to sound like Barry White or anything, but if I do, then let's go with it. My name is Jose Maldonado. I teach English at Oxnard College, but above all, I'm a proud servant of all the students at Oxnard College that I work with. Whenever there are allegations of harassment and misconduct, what people remember are the allegations, but not necessarily the results of the investigation. There's a lot of energy being put out into these allegations. People are posting online, on social media. We're seeing news pieces and articles, which is understandable. However, I'm here to ask everybody to also keep that same energy when the investigation that I'm hoping is efficient and impartial, once that investigation clears the name of President Sanchez at Oxnard College. I hope that that same energy goes into letting folks know what occurred outside of that investigation. Again, it's unfortunate when these allegations are what stick to people's names and we forget all the service and hard work and dedication that that person put out into the community. So again, once his name is cleared, which I am absolutely certain this investigation will do, I hope that people remember and are aware of the fact that his name was indeed cleared and that these allegations don't stick to him. Thank you.
That's it for public comments tonight. Oh, I'm sorry. What was your name? Well, I'm just going to trust you and have you go on up for 3 minutes.
Thank you. Am I on? Yep.
Yeah, just could you give me your name so I can write it
My
down?
name is Dolores Ortiz.
Okay,
I
thanks.
did submit a comment card on Monday evening. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Ventura County community. My name is Dolores Ortiz. I'm a sociology faculty member at Oxnard College. Tonight, I would like to speak on my knowledge of and interactions with Oxnard College President Luis Sanchez. Since his arrival at the college, President Sanchez has strengthened our campus impact in key areas, including hiring more women to lead grants, initiatives, and campaigns benefiting our students and campus. He has overseen an overall increase in women in leadership positions on campus. He has been the most accessible college president I have ever had the pleasure of working with in my over 17 years of teaching in higher education. His accessibility and transparency were extended to the campus via his weekly open office hours, monthly El Condor publications, monthly report backs from these very board meetings, and development and cultivation of a student leadership academy each year. It is no secret that Oxnard College and its surrounding community are marginalized within this county and this district. President Sanchez has been a strong proponent and advocate for the campus and community, requesting results and change from the decision-making bodies who are in the best position to deliver the equitable treatment and resources our campus and community deserve. I have only witnessed this president as a staunch advocate for Oxnard College. This body and its audience have witnessed firsthand his diplomatic, even-keeled, and downright polite manner in the face of tension and even offense during the debates regarding the $1.5 million Oxnard College proposal for 500 additional sections. His firm yet respectful requests for change and equitable treatment from the VCCCD and Oxnard College Foundation were born out of longstanding concerns and requests from the campus, from students, and from community members. He has been the first campus president to oversee and approve of a full-time hire in Chicano studies in the 40-plus year history of a campus which serves over 70% Latino students and 85% students of color. He ushered in this family festival, which was a wild success by all measures. He has persisted in overseeing that every objection and request was satisfied in order to obtain the $1.5 million college initiative. From the moment he arrived on our campus, he has had a laser focus on improving the reputation of the college. In fact, he held special meetings with the Campaign for College Opportunity to extol the importance of our campus efforts, resulting in them naming us a 2021 Equity Champion for Higher Education for excellence in transfer for Latino students. To close, Dr. Sanchez's character is evidence in his fierce advocacy for OC students and community, even in the face of upsetting the status quo. These motivations and his focus on civic engagement and the pursuit of democratic ideals have been heard and felt in his speeches, his editorials in the VC Star.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no, you know what? We're gonna clear the room because we're done with that. That's out of order and we're not gonna do that, all right? Okay. 4.01, Dr. Kobian.
Chair McKay.
Yes.
We had a couple changes to the agenda that we traditionally announced at the beginning of the regular session, but we announced it before closed session just because there are some participants here, can we just announce the changes to the agenda, please?
Sure. The changes, 2.02 was stricken from closed session, and 3.04 was pulled.
Okay.
Go ahead. Thank you, Dr. Cobian.
All right. Good evening. Let me start by acknowledging that tomorrow is International Nurses Day. So I want to recognize our nurses. And Dan, now you're part of the group. But I'm here to talk about a very serious topic, mental health among our students. So last week, a former Moore Park College student took his own life by jumping from a Highway 23 bridge in Moore Park. This man had reportedly been dangling his feet off the bridge and eventually jumped as an incident team approached. My prayers go out to this individual and his grieving family. Each time I hear about a suicide or attempted suicide by a student, I contemplate what we could have done better to help that student. Unfortunately, all three colleges have experienced suicide or attempted suicide among our students in the last 3 years. All three colleges are experiencing an increase in campus referrals, walk-in appointments for mental health services. Our mental health providers are seeing severe cases of emotional distress among students, including depression, high levels of anxiety, increased drug use, feelings of isolation, and suicidal ideation. Each campus is experiencing a wait time for students to meet with a mental health provider. As a district, we have done an amazing job of advertising our mental health resources and connecting students to support services throughout the county, including Ventura County Behavioral Health. There's a growing recognition among our students of the importance of mental health support, especially during this pandemic. Unfortunately, many of our students and local community members continue to struggle with economic inequities, growing rates of inflation, housing insecurity, lack of medical insurance, food insecurity, jobs that do not provide a living wage in this county. As a result, we are seeing tremendous demand for mental health support. Access to mental health services on campus is a social justice issue. When we holistically take care of our students, they can perform better and contribute back to society and the community at large in the form of furthering their education, careers, thus leading to a stronger and more educated workforce. Mental health support for students must continue to be a priority for our district, even as we enter an endemic and her funds come to an end. So I want to highlight a couple areas in this presentation. And I'm just going to highlight a couple areas, and I want to recognize our marketing team at the district, Patty Blair, Serene Wallace, because they've developed some amazing campaigns to make sure that our students are aware of mental health resources on campus. Our mental health teams have visited classrooms to ensure that students are aware of our resources, that they can access our resources through Zoom, in person. Our mental health providers have also gone on radio interviews to promote our services and how we're supporting our students. And we've also ensured that we provide additional training for our faculty and staff to be able to identify students in distress. Go to the next slide. And this, this number really blew me away. In the last, since March of 2020, we have had 6,746 direct appointment hours for mental health services. And this does not include health center coordinator staff hours related to mental health support, campus outreach, and other support activities. Unfortunately, fortunately, we've been able to ramp up our mental health support with additional funding through a mental health grant that we received through the State Chancellor's Office, through her funds, and also through funds from the State Chancellor's Office. Unfortunately, some of those funds are going away. So what happens to our support on campus. And as I mentioned, there's a growing normalization of mental health support. When I first started at Oxnard College, there was a lot of stigma about seeking help, seeking a mental health provider on campus or in the community. And now in the last 3 years, I'm seeing more students feel the sense of need to meet with someone and that growing normalization of mental health support. So we are asking that the district continue to prioritize mental health support by ensuring that we develop positions. Currently, we hire professional experts, and unfortunately, that's not enough. We lose those professional experts to other areas, for example, Ventura County Behavioral Health. So it's really hard for us to maintain a consistent mental health staff. Currently, we do not have long-term positions. We want to make sure that we are able to pay for positions, full-time positions at each campus to support mental health. And I've asked my colleagues here behind me to share their perspective. If you have anything you'd like to add. And one thing that we do every year is we provide a survey to our students, and that is paid through our health centers. And it's something that we're able to then identify needs on campus, especially related to health, mental health of our students. So we're able to identify and be able to develop resources, interventions for those students. Anything you'd like to add about that?
We'd like to add that we'd like that not to be paid by the, we would like the district to pay for that. It's not a lot to the district. It's only about $5,000 or so per campus, but it's a lot of money to the student health centers. That's a ton of dollars for us. So that would be a really great step in the right direction. But from there, we could gather so much information about which groups on campus, which students on campus need our help the most. So we could put our limited resources right exactly where they need to be. I just wanted to comment that in 2019, when we did this survey across the district, we found then pre-COVID that 1 in 4 of our students had anxiety so badly that it was impacting their academic achievement. So we really need to take the temperature again now. Post-COVID, it really helped us to know that we needed to ramp up these services. We responded to what we found from the survey. We'd really like to do this again in the fall of 2022.
Now, I want to open it up to the board if you have any questions.
My question, I suppose, is for the district. And I'll say it on my own experience. A couple things captured my attention. One is on that last slide, bullet 4 said state mental health allocation funds are insufficient to meet our current needs. I feel that we have the resources. Certainly there's a need to support that. It was also alarming to me to hear that there's wait time. I work at a school where I'm very thankful that there isn't a wait time. When a student is in crisis, there's somebody there to support that student then and there. So I guess my question is for the district and for my colleagues on the board, what are we going to do about this? Because there's a need now, or I would even counter that there was a need in the past. And normally when we get reports, it's the wonderful work that is occurring, and it's appropriate to acknowledge that. But this is very different. There's a crisis, at least that's how I'm interpreting it. And I'm seeing some heads nod that there's a need. And we, as policy folks up here, have some influence in some resources. And I'm very hopeful that we can come together and support our students and the wonderful work of the people supporting our students. So I'm ready as one to, I think, give some direction and to provide and to give the district some direction and provide some resources for you all to do the wonderful work that you do and support our students.
I just want to thank you for your presentation, especially during these times that we talk about social justice and we look for our students and their well-being mentally, emotionally. And thank you for your presentation, because as we talk about what are the interests of our students, what are the needs, making sure that they feel that they're attended to, because we don't want them dropping out of class because they have this anxiety or they have depression, and there's the support that we want to provide to them. I would love to be able, if possible, to have a presentation, maybe come back to the board if the board is interested, to know what are some of the needs, the wait time, what is it that the student health centers, what is it that we need in order to fill those gaps? We talk very much about the academic gaps, but there's more certainly also the emotional ones. And that's something that our students can't wait. It's something that we need to act on. And it would be so helpful and so appreciated to be able to know what that plan would look like. And you might have already something in mind that can give us a support, an idea of the plan along with the funds. And you can go higher than 5,000 per student health center, because our students deserve that. And so don't feel shy. And then we decide over here what's best. But I just wanted to just, again, echo the interest of being able to express this to the board and the presentation, because it's definitely very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Thanks for the information. And I heard you say that even pre-pandemic, there was a crisis. And so the pandemic has just brought to greater awareness the need for mental health services. And piggybacking on Trustee Chancellor's focusing on that bullet point just above it, is that the HERF grant funds are coming to an end. So my question moving forward would be, okay, what's going to be the impact in the delivery of services, along with the fact that the impermanent staff, that's the correct word, isn't meeting the need either. I mean, and so I think as we continue paying attention to this, much like the theme of a lot of the public comment, we need to find what are the constraints that are preventing efficient and responsive delivery of services to our students. Because one thing I think we've always spoken about is creating a healthy learning and even working environment. And so, you know, we've got to address that at the front end. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair McKay. I, of course, would applaud all of your efforts and would continue to do so. But something I wanted to share with you is a takeaway from a recent weekend conference that I attended. And they were discussing how we've lost students. And what surprised me the most was it wasn't because of lack of money or housing or food. It was a feeling that of a lack of compassion. And that's one of the keys to mental and emotional health. And to take a page out of the K-12 Healthy Kids Survey, there was also a great concern expressed about our students not having someone on staff that they felt comfortable that they could go to. So I too would encourage you to bring more information back to us about real needs and how we address those needs, because it's just like a young child not being able to learn that when they come to school hungry or their teeth are not in good repair. It's no different for our young adult population. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kobian and the presenters. I appreciated listening to the presentation. I also just want to acknowledge the work that our students do with regards to mental health. And I hope that when you come back to the board, you're able to also include the students into the plan and really create a vision and not lose sight of that peer-to-peer resource and support network. I know recently Ventura College had horses at the campus to help students with regards to mental health, and Oxnard College had a week of de-stress. And so their work, I think, could be really important and vital to aiding in your work. And I also think that being able to see the data could be really important and helpful in making decisions. And I also think that hearing from students who have utilized the service would be also incredibly valuable. I remember, I believe you came to the past committee when Chair McKay and Chair Torres chair of the committee tours were there, and I had the opportunity and the privilege to listen to students who used the mental health services. And I think being able to share that with the full board would be incredibly valuable. So I hope when you come back, if you come back, you also bring some students at that point too. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I agree with my colleagues. I don't have a lot to add. I've been talking about this for about a year or so now. So thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you for the work that you're doing and the overload that I know it's bringing to you. I know you're getting to students as quickly as you can. And I guess my one question is, with the resources, are there enough people to hire and help?
Thanks to HERF funds, we've been able to ramp up our mental health teams at each campus, including adding bilingual staff at each campus. So I don't know if it's ever enough, but we do have problems identifying and recruiting new mental health providers. I think because of the nature of the position, it's a professional expert position without benefits. So when a full-time position or even a part-time position comes up at Ventura County Behavioral Health, they take those jobs.
Right.
And they're going through a crisis right now of also identifying mental health providers. So it does become a challenge for each of the colleges.
Yeah, it's a nationwide problem, unfortunately. So we're all going to struggle, and hopefully we can figure out a way to share and get enough help for everyone. But we'll do what, if you bring something back, we'll look at it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Public comments are closed for this item. Okay, so moving on.
Pursuant to California Government Code Section
Could someone turn the
5495.3
mic off, please?
GI. Pursuant to that section, a legislative body that provides timed public comment period for each agenda item shall not close the public comment period for the agenda item or the opportunity to register pursuant to subparagraph F to provide public comment until that time public comment period has passed.
We're going to take a recess until we can calm down. If everyone wants to take a 10-minute break, thank you. Okay, I thought if everyone could find their way back to their seats. Yeah, if there are, we grab me the little Welch's things. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Crowd has cleared out. Next item is 4.02. It's acknowledgement of new employees. I bet they're excited. So welcome to our district. We're happy to have you. These are all that were hired or promoted in the period between March 2nd and April 30th. Moving on, 4.03, recognition of retirees who I'm sure are excited. Carolyn Inouye from Oxnard College, Dan Kump from Ventura College, and our own Dr. Greg Gillespie from the district office on June 30th, and Mary Reese from Moore Park College, also June 30th. Wishing you well. Okay, next we have our recognition of our what?
New student trustee.
I'm sorry. Oh, the new student trustee. Yes, and I have that, Brian, for you to do the introduction if you'd like.
Sure. I did invite the new student trustee who has been watching via Zoom. I just wanted to recognize them. Azur, hopefully, Alex, you could ask them to unmute and make them a panelist so they could say a few words. They will be the new student trustee for the next school year, and I look forward to helping them transition into the role and ensure that the student voice is heard and still involved in our decision making here for the board. So, Azur, if you could, come on board. There.
I think I see his name. There we are.
Hi, sorry. I
Welcome.
had to set up my camera real fast. I was elected as your new student trustee. I hope to work with all of you and have a smooth, successful year. Yeah, also I should probably state that my name is pronounced Azur.
Azur, yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. We'll get that by 6 or 8 months, no time.
Sorry about that.
That sounds about right, honestly.
Well, welcome, Azur. We are looking forward to having you up here with us and you're swearing in. Thank you for joining us this evening.
All right, thank you. It's a pleasure to eventually be sworn in.
Okay. We obviously caught you off guard there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, guests and recognitions. We are going to recognize our outgoing student trustee, Brian Rodriguez. The certificate of recognition couldn't be long enough for the work that you put in, but the Ventura County Community College District presents this certificate of recognition to Brian Rodriguez for your outstanding service as student trustee to the board, students, and the Ventura County Community College District. We acknowledge your contribution as a board member and commend your efforts in providing a student's perspective on issues central to the mission of Ventura County Community College District. During a challenging year, we especially appreciate your dedication in serving as a role model for other students and recognize your commitment to promoting students in diversity, equity, and inclusion and social justice. Your advocacy and student voice have been invaluable during an unprecedented time. Thank you for your exemplary leadership in the community, and we wish you continued success in your future endeavors at UC Berkeley, right?
either UC Berkeley or UC Santa Barbara. I haven't decided yet.
Well, that
but-
it's not on here. You can write it in later.
Right. I will.
I'll give you a moment if you want.
Yeah, I first want to start off and thank my family and my friends for all their support. I do want to thank also all the student trustees. You know, I feel like I definitely stand on their shoulder and all the great work that they did before me. Arshia, the previous student trustee, Ashley, Arthur Valenzuela, there are just so many who did such incredible work. James Chang, there are just so many, and I do want to acknowledge them. And I also want to thank all of you. And definitely the board. I learned so much from you. I definitely think you are an interesting group. It was something that strangely did attract me to want to work with you. I think you guys are an incredible balance. I look forward to seeing what all of you all of you will lead the district into a new era. And same goes for the college presidents. I loved my conversation with the President Sukanu. We talked about, you know, bonds and just the executive team, his executive team, and the incredible work being done at Moore Park College. I'm incredibly, you know, grateful to have, you know, done a small part to help. And same thing with President Hoffman's, just being able to be with her at events, especially as a Ventura College student. It was a great opportunity. And President Sanchez as well. You know, because of him, I learned how to play chess. You know, he is just a visionary and a leader, and I'm excited for the work of Oxnard College as well. And Dr. Kobion, and, you know, just the incredible executive team, James Schulke, who definitely was like a mentor to me, and all of the vice chancellors. Thank you all. I think everybody saw and noticed that I wanted to take this role seriously. Maybe a little too seriously. And I acknowledge that it did scare some of you guys at times, but I do want to thank everybody for really assisting me in my journey. And I would also be remiss if I didn't take a moment to thank Director Blair, Patty Blair. I think I would have gotten in a lot more trouble if it weren't for Patty. And so I do want to thank her. She really did guide me, and having to come in so late, I thought it was going to be difficult, but I think she definitely, I wouldn't be the student trustee I was without her and her guidance and her leadership and her love. And so thank you to her and to Laura Brower and just to the chancellor's office for all of their you know, guidance in this role. And I'm incredibly excited for the future of this district. And as for me, Chair McKay definitely alluded to it and you know, took the cat out of the bag. But yes, I was accepted into UC Berkeley. I don't know whether or not I will attend, but you know, I look forward to hopefully staying in touch with many of you. And thank you all for your support.
Yes, along with Chair McKay, I've served with some of those previous student trustees that whose names you've recited, and we've been blessed to have that string of high-performing student trustees, and you just continue to raise the bar of performance for our student trustees. And by your description of your board colleagues, everyone can see how good you are with words and yet getting the point across. And one of the things that most immediately impressed me, and it even goes back to before you came onto the board, your eagerness, if not willingness, to speak accurately and succinctly and to the point on issues important for your peer students at all three campuses and including East Campus, Ventura College. And I really enjoyed those moments where you really were unafraid to push back against any one of us when necessary, and certainly appropriately. And I think that confidence in who you are will continue to serve you well in whatever endeavor, wherever you land. And, please, wherever your adventures take you, please consider returning home, because you will be a great asset to the greater Ventura County community. Thank you.
Brian, I am super excited and so proud of you that you got into two amazing institutions. I am a little biased as a Bear myself and a graduate of UC Berkeley. Of course, I would say go to UC Berkeley, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because there's something, everything that Chair Bettis mentioned is what I feel the same. Your ability to speak on behalf of students, to speak what's truth to power, and just be able to say this is what's occurring. The ability to look at pretty dense board agendas and to really be able to analyze. Berkeley will continue to foster that. What started already at Ventura College with your professors, you will have this keen critical way to look at things. You will be able to advocate. You will be working in coalitions of so many different groups, and Berkeley will foster what's already in your heart, and it will be training ground to come back home or to wherever it is, to know how to advocate, to know how to be there for the people, for your people, the underprivileged, and to continue to do the beautiful work that's already in your heart. So I am so happy for you. We're gonna miss you, but I'm really excited of the opportunities. I will be praying for you as you have to make the decision between the two universities. UCSB is also another great campus. I didn't go there, so I can't speak on behalf of UCSB, but only of UC Berkeley. What is your major? What are you gonna be majoring, by the way?
I'll be majoring in poli-sci, so political science. Yeah.
Congratulations, Brian.
I'll keep it real brief, Brian, but one of the things I think moving forward that whoever sits in your seat will probably always be different is, you're going to bring a voice of the students for everything that comes before us as a board, not just things that directly impact students, because it really reminded us that everything in this binder, all, 900 pages or whatever it is, truly does impact students. So I thank you for that. And I thank you for quite simply showing up. You did, you put the time in and you showed up and your voice was heard. So I applaud you for that, and best of luck to you. Okay. Yeah.
Well, I'm certainly not going to argue with what has already been said, but I will want to share that I think I speak for everyone, that everyone's life is enriched that has known you. And regardless of what your choice will be, as is so many that you will make as the future unfolds, it'll be the right one.
You for your service to the district, and you did an excellent job of representing the student voice. And as has been mentioned, you served with dedication and passion, and we all recognize and appreciate that. I know you always had questions for me during our meetings on board meeting day, and I appreciate the opportunity to engage with you, and thanks for all you did to really get to know the agenda well and provide meaningful input at these meetings. So best of luck on your next steps, Brian.
For this long, but I enjoyed working with you so much. When you came to my office for us to visit, the time always just flew by, and I appreciated your candor and your care and how you cared about the district and the students and how it all worked together. So I wish you the best of luck. I hope you have some fun. I know you're going to do well, so try and have a little fun too. And congratulations. Okay, so we're going to move on to our academic senate consultations. And I will, oh, he's writing, Eric's writing. So I'll go to Eric. I'm kidding. I'm going to Dan. No, I'm going to let Dan go first since you're writing. I was teasing.
Did Dan first? Thanks, Chairman Kay. A couple of things. I'll work backwards and then I'll work forwards. So again, echoing the congratulations to Trustee Rodriguez for your excellent service. Going back to 4.03, the retirees, I wanted to selfishly kind of highlight Chancellor Gillespie and Dean of Math and Science at Ventura College, Dan Kump. They were in my final interview to get this position. And so without their belief in me, I probably wouldn't be here. So thanks to both of them as they're retiring. Back all the way to 1.03. This is relatively hot off the press, and I'll jump on the bandwagon in thanking Patty Blair. She's been mentioned like a million times. But 1.03 and 21.02 is the new district participatory governance handbook with the updated names for the district committees. So it's a reference that we hope will be useful for the broader campus community, including the trustees, and it's helpfully attached as one of the attachments for 2102. Moving on, three more items I wanted to consult on. One is in consent. 11.03 is the Ventura College curriculum. On there for this round is an ag business certificate. So I wanted to especially highlight Dorothy Farias. She's been kind of a curriculum machine in her role, overseeing the ag department. So she's been doing great work. This certificate is going to prepare students for careers that are in very high demand. So that's we're looking forward to your support of that. As I usually do, all the section 13 items, the board policies have gone through the PG process. I wanted to highlight one of them though, 13.0, policy 7352. It's the policy on emeritus title. So this is the board's honor to bestow, and we need input in the district committees as we're revising this on the employee position type. There's kind of a list of them. The years of service, there's kind of currently a discrepancy between the different employee types. So tonight we need board input on consensus on how you would like us to amend that board policy. And then 15.03, I think the other Senate presidents are going to consult on as well. This is the allocation model. DCAS has had discussions on this over the past semester on the percent that goes to the district administrative center. Faculty were not in favor of any increases to the percentage. In the committee, the 4 no votes were from the academic senate presidents and from AFT. But as the DCAS co-chair, one of the co-chairs, I can report that from my perspective, the full participatory governance process was followed. All the members of that committee did get to field their concerns. We had robust discussions. We had a couple rounds of voting. And the recommendation that came out of that committee is the one that's before you today. So thank you. That's my consultation.
Dr. Edwards?
Can you hear me now? Yes. 4.03, I would just like to congratulate Carolyn Inouye, 32 years of service, both to the district office and Oxnard College. We had a wonderful celebration filled with students and employees. So congratulations, Carolyn. I hope you still bake us cookies. 4.03, Brian. Thank you, Brian, for your dedication and most importantly, your knowledge of Robert's rules. Thank you. 11.02, Oxnard College curriculum. I encourage you to approve. 1503, I have a statement to read out on this from our academic senate. After long discussions on the topic, this is for the staffing position allocation change with multiple groups of faculty. The Academic Senate officially voted that they do not support any change to the allocation model for the district office. Some of the comments made by the faculty are that the timing is wrong to grow the district. Faculty have also stated that although they value the work the district does, and we absolutely understand the need for new positions, we're worried about the future. The pandemic has impacted our enrollment. You know, our FTS is way down. We're lucky that the state is funding us next year on hold harmless, but if enrollment does not grow, we'll have less money and can't afford the positions. People in the district are already doing the work. We know they may be overworked, not may, they are overworked, but overtime is also happening at the colleges every single day, every single hour. We too are underfunded and lack most of the support positions we need. We have not replaced retired faculty. We have deans that are sharing administrative support, and we are doing more with less. We ask that the district continue doing what they are doing. The OCAS supports the prioritization process currently employed by the district. It was good to see, and suggests that they continue to employ this process for future hiring at the DAC. However, given the sharp decline in enrollments in FTES over the past 2 years and no reversal in the current trend in sight, any expansion in the DAC's share in the budget allocation model is financially untenable. Any personnel hired at this time will need to be supported financially beyond the expiration date of the hold harmless in 23-24. Therefore, the Academic Senate cannot support this change to the allocation model at this time. They ask that the VCCD prepares for the future by waiting to add any new positions at the district office until enrollment returns to pre-pandemic levels. The OC Academic Senate cannot support this change to the allocation model because changing it at this time may greatly impact our ability to serve students in the future. Thank you. 1503. I also have two things at 1801. I have spotlight faculty, as you know. Teresa Bonham, she's a full-time English faculty member at Oxnard College. She grew up in Ventura and graduated from Buena High, so she is a local. Teresa has taught several different classes and has written curriculum, many new classes, including the Intro to LGBTIQ Literature. She's been a member of numerous committees. She chaired curriculum committee. God bless her for that. And she was part of the distance education committee. She actually helped to start that committee back when no one really knew what distance education was. Teresa says she is most proud of her teaching and takes delight in her students' successes. And my last item for this evening, sorry, I have a lot to say tonight, obviously. What's that? Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take that. Yeah. Yay. I love spending it with all of you. Sorry, honey. Had to cancel our dinner reservation. Okay, last thing, 1801. Oxnard College Academic Senate asks for a quick, impartial investigation of the current allegations. A speedy investigation is what is best for students. Past investigations at Oxnard College have taken way too long. President Sanchez has made efforts to offer the college a vision for the future and a clear direction forward. Many at OC have enjoyed the open line of communication that he maintained with the Oxnard community via his weekly El Condor, his open door office hours, his president's advisory council, and cabinet meetings. We ask that real effort be made to finish this up in 90 days. Please, 90 days. Thank you.
Distance what? Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and other distinguished guests. Thank you as always for the opportunity to address the board. We're all feeling like that about it. It's still pretty early. What was I going to talk about? Oh, 4.02, Acknowledgement of New Employees. I just want to re-welcome Robert Cabral with a slightly shortened title as Permanent Dean of Student Learning. 4.03, Retirees. This one's a little bit harder. Mary Reese. Vice President Reese's gracious leadership has benefited all areas of the college. When coming with a request or idea from faculty, that's my role, of course, it has been refreshing to hear, yes, how can we make it happen? But It's just such a great attitude. And simply listening to folks that she has encouraged and mentored can fill an entire board meeting in and of itself. So I won't do that. I will simply thank her for her dedicated service to students, classified professionals, administrators, and faculty, noting that I have also greatly personally benefited from her mentorship and leadership, learning tremendously from her. So wish her all the best. And Chancellor Gillespie, I noticed you were added a little bit later. I want to thank you for your service for very, very difficult years and collaboration and helping to keep all of us safe. And I'm still looking forward to our lunch in person now that we're meeting, because I've been the only one who has not had that that opportunity yet. 4.05, recognition of Trustee Rodriguez. Boy, you've been so incredibly involved as a student trustee, showing up to what seems like every and all events at every campus and the district office. I run into you all over the place. It's incredible. Thank you for your fierce advocacy for students and bearing the responsibility as a student voice with integrity and compassion. There's a lot of new Moore Park College curriculum. I'll just highlight the new courses on social work and the new program on social work that's being approved tonight, social work and human services, I guess. There are also a few courses for landscape management that are coming through that are critical for the certificate of completion that's on its way. That will provide another career opportunity for students. 13 board policies, 13.03 through 7 are all policies that have been vetted through our inclusive participatory governance process, and really appreciate the support of the board for those policies. That also recognizes all the amazing work that goes on behind them from so many folks reading synchronously, asynchronously. We use distance education. I actually know what it means. And making these recommendations for your final approval. And last, I am going to comment on 5.01, Academic Senate President's Consultation. Yes, I'm consulting on consultation to wish Amy a very happy 10+1 birthday and admire her dedication to her job that led her to move the board meeting an entire day to celebrate along with academic and professional matters. So thank you.
We're going to get a little further along. Okay, classified Senate. We'll start with Amparo. Move that way.
Good evening, trustees and Chancellor Gillespie. I have a few items to touch upon. Agenda item 4.03, recognition of retirees. Best wishes to our own Dr. Carolyn Inouye, who has been a guiding light at Oxnard College for both our students and employees. On item 4.05, recognition of our student trustee, Brian Rodriguez. Brian, I remember watching you make public comments and thinking, who is this kid? And look at him go. It has been an honor watching you advocate for both the needs of your fellow students as well as providing leadership and mentorship to our student governments. I'm excited to watch you continue to flourish, and I too am biased and hope you pick UC Berkeley. Agenda item 21.02, listed for reference, the VCCCD Participatory Governance Handbook. A quick thank you to Patty and her tireless dedication to seeing this through. Finally, the Classified Senate also stands in support of the statement shared by Dr. Edwards. President Sanchez was instrumental in creating a vision and framework of transparency at Oxnard College and putting students first. We too ask that the investigation be completed within the 90 days as stated, so that Oxnard College can move forward and concentrate on the needs and success of our students. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Gillespie. I would like to just consult on a few items on the agenda. For 4.02, I would like to acknowledge and congratulate Brandon Fulner on his promotion and welcome Rebecca Straub, new admin assistant. For 4.03, I would like to acknowledge Mary Reese, thank her for her leadership and support of students and Moore Park College, and particularly the support that she gave to all of our classified professionals. 4.05, I shared the same sentiment as Amparo. Thank you, Brian, for your overwhelming support of our students and VCCCD. We were all in awe of your tenure during this year. Thank you. 12.02 through 12.06, I just ask for your support of these positions for Moore Park College. A few of them went through our classified prioritization process, and I just ask for your support. And then just a few quick items from our classified Senate. We held elections in April for our new board for 2022 through 2024. You will continue seeing me as president, Gabby Chacon as vice president. We have a new treasurer, Emmanuel Guerrero, and Anne-Marie McCarthy as secretary. And our new positions will take effect July 1st. I had announced a few meetings ago that we had launched our classified Senate scholarship for Moorpark College students. And we received 2 nominations, and we are proud to be awarding 2 scholarships, actually a scholarship each to Andrew Kors and Alette Lafton, who also participated in Dr. Soto's President's Student Leadership Forum. They will each be receiving a $500 scholarship from our scholarship. And as well, for our classified Senate scholarship for classified employees, Alejandra Gonzalez, Counseling Services Specialist, she will also be receiving a $500 scholarship. And they will all be recognized this coming Saturday at our scholarship reception. Also, a big congratulations to Mara Rodriguez, because as you know, she was elected Moorpark College Classified Employee of the Year, as well as VCCCD Classified Employee of the Year. And we received the great news this week that she was named Employee of the Year from the state by the California Community College Board of Governors. So we are very proud of Mara. She will be receiving her recognition on Monday, May 23rd in Sacramento. And lastly, next week is Classified Appreciation Week. And I would just like to acknowledge and thank our executive team for hosting various events throughout the week for all of our, acknowledging our classified professionals and all the work that they do. A big thank you to our vice presidents who will be hosting a grab and go yogurt and pastries day. President Sokunu, who will be hosting a breakfast brunch, and VP of Business Services, Jennifer Clark, who will be hosting a root beer float today. Thank you.
All right, good evening, trustees and chancellor. I'm going to pull a cool trick I just saw Eric Reese do 5 minutes ago, and that's a comment on this item right here, 5.02. I'm going to do that to just a couple things. One, appreciation to Director of Public Affairs and Marketing, Patty Blair, not only for everything we heard today, but for the work she's done on the Participatory Governance Handbook that was recently gone through the entire participatory governance process. That was a lot of work, so kudos to her and her effort on that. The second thing is we have a new vice president who was elected into the DAC Classified Senate, Mr. John Gallagher as systems administrator. So we welcome him on board. That'll then go to 4.02. Welcome to the DAC, Aaron Campos, Imelda Luna, Marilyn Gonzalez, and Rebecca Lopez. 4.03, Dr. Gillespie, we greatly appreciate your service to the district and to the DAC Classified and the district-wide services classified. We wish you nothing but the best in your retirement. And thank you for everything. 4.05, Brian, thank you for your service and your advocacy for students. I will never forget you because you were not only at our first ever Classified Senate meeting, but you were our first special guest, and I'll never forget that. I'll always see that when I look back at the board docs records in the minutes. So thank you again for your service. We wish you nothing but the best, and I'm going to echo comments from what Trustee Perez said, and it'd be really great. Should you ever find yourself in Ventura County in the future, I think you do a lot of great things for the county. Finally, I'm going to talk about 15.03. That is the action to approve an amended fiscal year 22-23 district-wide resource budgets allocation model. First off, we understand where the academic senate presidents and the faculty are coming from. We understand their perspectives. But at the same time, too, we share the chancellor's recommendation for approval on this item. It will help with creating more additional positions that are desperately needed here at the DAC. And that's all the items I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Jordana by Zoom? No? Okay. Okay. Well, I hope she gets well soon. Students? Yes, yeah. Sorry, Trustee Rodriguez, you're going to do the introductions.
Sure. Let's go with Damaris Figueroa, the Oxnard College President, Associated Student Body President.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor Gillespie. Thank you for having me here. I'm excited to be finally here in person. The Oxnard College student governments have closed out the year with several events to support students. On May 2nd, we hosted our final distress event where we provided students with tools to work through stress in preparation of our upcoming finals. Students learned how to take notes and study for their exams. We closed out the day with free ice cream for students on campus. Last Thursday, we celebrated Cinco de Mayo, where we invited Professor Ortiz to share the history of the day. This event also included food, music, and folklorico dancers. ASG is in the final stages of taking pictures of graduates for our community banners. The banners will be placed throughout the Oxnard community in celebration of their achievements. Next week, we'll be looking forward to helping with graduation, followed by the installation of our new officers in June. In closing, after listening to all the concerns, I would like to add that removing President Sanchez 2 weeks before graduation has caused a lot of stress and concern. Our energy at the college has not been the same, and I hope the investigations be resolved quickly. Also, agenda item 4.05, I would like to congratulate and thank the student trustee, Brian, for all the amazing hard work he put into each college and the dedication he showed. I know you'll do great things, and we're excited to see what that is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Damaris. Karina Arteaga, the Director of Student Advocacy at Moore Park College Associated Students.
Hi, everyone. Okay, so this year we're just wrapping everything up. And last Friday we actually saw an EDM student, or like our American Teaching student. So we went to Aquarium Pacific, and I just want to bring this up because like it's just amazing seeing our students like out there doing things. And so she was actually with I'm blanking on the name. She was with like the lizard type thing. I know EDM students are going to get mad at me, right? I was actually just excited just to see a student out there. So yeah, so our field trip to the Aquarium Pacific went amazing. And so also I wanted to point out 1401. So on April 7th, Brian actually came to our board with this resolution, and so we formally supported it. And so we just hope to see that it passes and that we can like have like a piece of document that shows and like proves that our district cares about our students and like listens to us. I feel that like documentation is very important. And also again, since we're closing up, we just wanted to I just want to say thank you to our students who are in our student government. I know that you only see my face here, but obviously there's just so much going on at our school, and thank you to our student governments and also Brian Rodriguez. Like, he's just been an amazing help and like really like pumped us up, and like I'm sorry for this language. We just vibed off each other, and like he really helped. He really supported us, and we're happy to see him for 4.05 and that he's being recognized and acknowledged for all the work he's done for our district. Also, congratulations to our students who are graduating. And so I will not be in this position starting June 1st. And so the person coming into my position is named Nashad, and I just hope you guys are nice to him. Thank you.
Karina, I think Karina forgot to mention that she will be the new associated student of Moore Park College president. So congratulations to her as well. Damaris will continue to be the Oxnard College president. So congratulations to her as well. And so all of you will continue to get to see her. And Tony, unfortunately, I guess, wasn't able to make it, but I think the Ventura College report did a really good job at including a lot of the activities that the associated students are working on. So thank you, President Hoffman and Ventura College, for including their work in your report. So
And do you have a report?
yes.
Okay.
I did have the opportunity to attend a couple of events. I went to the Ventura College cafeteria opening with President Hoffman's. I spoke at the Ventura College Dean's List event. That went really well. I wrote the speech about an hour before, and 2 students complimented me in the parking lot after. So it went well, and I'm very glad I was also a recipient. So that was just an incredible opportunity. I did go to the Ventura College East Campus Basic Needs Drive-Through. I always enjoy going to those. It's just very interesting and very, it just gives me a different perspective being able to see the students who I'm serving. I did go to the Moorpark College Ceramics and Art Sale last week. There was just some beautiful pieces. I would hope if you didn't get a chance to go, you hit up the department and try and grab something, because there were really some beautiful work. I will just say, I also had the chance to go to the Oxnard College Family Festival for a little bit. It was very well done. And thank you to everybody who was involved in putting that together. To my surprise, it was actually students who were kind of in charge of that, working the event. The Oxnard College Fire Academy, there were students, helping there. The athletics department, they were helping dunk the vice presidents. There was just a lot of great work going on, and a lot of the community showed up, and so thank you. And I will just end. I also had the opportunity to attend the Ventura College Career Fair. At the Career Fair, I ran into 2 old friends from high school. I hadn't seen them since November at the previous Oxnard College Job Fair. And to me, what that symbolized is that our students, they don't necessarily care where the services come from, but they need the services, and they will go to whatever college they have to get that service. One of them was successful at the Oxnard College Job Fair, and they wanted another job, so they were at the Ventura College Job Fair. And so I think it's very easy for us here in this room to kind of always kind of spar and try and put each other for certain resources, and understandably so. But I think it's important to remember that students just need that support to graduate, get a career, and succeed. And we shouldn't lose sight of that. Those 2 students, I'm sure, will be successful in life, but it is because of the work that all of you are doing here and all of the work that is going on in our colleges. So I also just wanted to share that experience and that story.
Thank you. Okay, our committee reports, admin services did not meet. So planning, accreditation, and student success, Trustee Torres.
So our committee met. There was people missing, so we weren't able to really get a lot of information at the committee meeting, because we had to just schedule it maybe for another time when we're able to get answers. You see the minutes reflected. So we did talk about best practices at the colleges for K-12 student outreach. What would that look like? Do we have a VP that can support and give us some directions in terms of what our expectations are as a board? And Trustee Chancellor did bring this potential board policy for us to consider. We also looked at legislative priorities, and so there wasn't any that was brought forward to our committee, but there are a couple of assembly bills that are kind of moving forward, and so we want to be able to bring those to our committee and have that discussion. So we start getting involved more so at the board level and speaking to the legislature and being supportive of bills that are going to be being proposed that are in support of our students. We talked about the compressed calendar, so we definitely support the work that has been done. It's been extensive work that has been done throughout our entire district, so we're supportive of the compressed calendar. And with that, I'm going to ask Trustee Chancellor if there's anything he wants to add, because I know with this agenda, there were a lot of questions we had, and at that time we didn't have any responses, but he did push a lot of these initiatives. So if he wants to share anything with the board, I'm going to ask him to do so at this time.
Thank you for that. I would direct your attention to 3.02, which is on page 61 from our minutes. I posed the question that there doesn't seem to be a formal, easy process for teachers anywhere in the K-12, whether it's a kindergarten classroom, 3rd grade, 8th grade, 12th grade, to visit and to receive support to make those visits possible. I've received multiple counts of information that yes, marketing or certain funds from the college can go out to support that. So I just want to be clear, I'm not describing the formal visits where and the majority of students come and get a large tour of I think Ventura calls it Pirate Friday. Not that. I'm talking about a specialization to the automotive or the culinary arts program at Oxnard College or a nursing program at Moore Park, something like that. So seems like, at least from my perspective, there could be some policy language updated on updates on that. Chair Torres on the committee and myself were eager to look at some legislative priorities, but there were no items there. So that was a little frustrating. And then on the next page, 7.03, the reason why board policy 5030 was not approved. We've heard a lot about enrollment, as we know we're all concerned. And in some of the CCLC and collaborative discussions I've had with trustees from other districts, there's been a lot of success with fee forgiveness. And if there are students out there that owe their college fees, do we have the ability, as other colleges have done, to forgive those fees to perhaps recapture students into our system? I'm making an assumption, which is always risky. Other community college districts do this, but it seems at this point we do not have a policy that allows us to do that. So I don't know if we as a board need to come together and direct the chancellor or the district at this point in time to look into that, or because there was an eagerness from Chair Torres on the committee and myself to explore that. But I'm just hopeful. I don't know if we need to do that, but it's something that we were very eager to do. And again, this is through the goal of enrollment. So that I believe sets us up what we have.
Okay, so we have approval of the consent calendar. Does anyone have any comments to make? Okay, seeing none. Does anyone have anything to pull? Okay.
I do.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just didn't want to speak first. 10.03, 10.13, 12.01.
Whoa, 10.13, and I'm sorry, what was the other one?
10.03, 10.13, and 12.01.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar except for 10.03, 10.13, and 12.01?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee, aye. Okay, 10.03, trustee Chancellor.
Okay, there are 3 POs on this one. One of them is for $681,600, and that is for, I think I'm pronouncing it right, Ryco USA, and it's a blanket purchase order for district-wide print management services. So it's the 3rd PO on page 115. I'm just curious, as we move into more and more of a digital age, and as we still have a larger percentage of courses being attended or taught remotely, does our district-wide print management services contract need to be modified? I would assume that pre-pandemic, there was more printing occurring than there is now. So I'm just curious, this is a large purchase order. So I'm just curious on that. And I'm also wondering how this aligns with our climate resolution or sustainability resolution in printing services and what have you. So that's my concern on that. And I don't know if there's any that question.
Well, I can just add, it's Rico, not Rico, for whatever that's
Rico.
worth, Rico.
Thank you for that correction.
My recollection, and I can, provide some brief written documentation later. My recollection is it's $1 million a year normally, but because of the pandemic, we have less printing, but we still do a lot of printing. How that relates to sustainability is another issue I'll have to, look into, because you see the 900-page book that you received today. So that's another matter, but the amount is less. And the contract, we have discussed the contract and made adjustments, and it's based on usage. So it's the printers are being used less than they were pre-pandemic because we have less students, et cetera. But I can provide some other information via an email through the chancellor.
Thank you.
Okay. 10 point. Or do you want to make a motion? For 10.03.
I can make a motion for 10.03.
Okay. Is there a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee aye. Okay, 10.13.
10.13. What page are we on?
311Q, 139.
139. Thank you. Okay, so in regards to this item, it's actually page 143, which is the actual 311Q document. So I asked this question the last quarter that we proved this, probably 3 months ago, and I would direct the board's attention to E and the last column. So it's our projected ending fund balance on our unrestricted general fund. I believe this is around the same number that it was 3 months ago. I'm just wondering, is there a greater confidence that we're going to end this fiscal year with an ending fund balance of $53.3 million?
Greater confidence than 3 months ago, or than at the beginning of the year, or if?
Yeah, 3 months ago it was, this will probably be the case, and I'm just wondering because it is a significant drop.
So our budget folks, including the folks at the campus, we go through this process and we make adjustments to the budget through the budget adjustment that you see that you approved a few minutes ago right before here. So we make adjustments throughout the year. And then, for instance, we just received an additional $1.6 million, I think, from the recal from a year earlier. So that gets built into these assumptions. So we'll do the best we can on a snapshot in time to update this number. So it's the best that we have information as of now, as of this particular quarter ending March 31st. It's our perspective that this is the most accurate projection we have as of March 31st.
Okay, so if our ending fund balance is dropping from the actual of 35.7% to 26.2, that's significant. I don't know, I'm trying to do some rough math, $17-ish million, or maybe 16.7, from $70 million from the actual from last year to the projected is, we okay?
No, okay.
Oh, okay. So I guess, is that going to be ongoing in this downward cycle?
I would say no, because there are adjustments made every year. So some of that is planned spending. So from 113, from 114. So we are spending dollars on some capital projects and so on that need to be done. And so we're spending money. But if we don't have a trend that this is going to continue for 5 years, and you'll see that in our multi-year projection when we bring it in at the tentative budget in June. If there was going to be a slide like that or a trend like that over for a couple of years, then we definitely would take action to prevent that from happening, and you would be involved in discussions, as would the campuses.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
So are you prepared to make a motion? Okay, I need a motion to approve the 311Q, which is a snapshot in time, not actually a budget number. So
So moved.
Is there a second? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye. No.
Okay, motion carries 3-2, student trustee aye. And then 1201.
1201, I'm just wondering on page 188, there's a number of positions that are for under 2 months, specifically at Moore Park College. Custodians, research analysts, and it goes on. Is that common practice? Or I guess I'm just trying to figure out the need to hire somebody for 2 months versus hiring a permanent employee.
Andrea?
We do ask for the approvals to come in by fiscal year. So you'll see most of these end on June 30th. Then we probably received another approval beginning July 1st. So the approval paperwork usually ends at the end of the fiscal year, and then we ask for new approval paperwork in the new fiscal year.
Okay, so thank you for that. Is it a fair takeaway that these are permanent employees, or are these still temporary employees?
So this,
If they're going to be renewed.
I don't have your pages on me, but
Oh,
if we're looking at the same page, is it?
It's the provisional limited.
Yeah, so these are temporary employees.
Okay. And is this a general practice to have this number, like this amount of provisional temporary employees, or?
It depends on the need of the campus.
It depends on the need of the campus. Okay. I guess, we heard this a little bit with the mental health side, but I see the value for the employees, specifically here on the classified side, because this is what we're looking at, but also for the stability of the college and funding for some permanent employees versus temporary and provisional employees. If the need and work is there, I guess my question is, what's stopping us from hiring a permanent employee moving forward if the need and work is there? So.
Okay, so the custodial person in the position that we're hiring is provisional. We're hiring that person as part of our increased cleaning of the campus and the work that we're doing with Perf. So it's a commitment to do that additional work in Perf dollars. So, and we know that that's one-time money. So we're not making a commitment to a full-time position based on that. I don't remember what the other position was. I think you said it was a researcher.
There was one on basic needs as well. I would imagine that it's the same reason that you're using the HERF.
Yeah, we're using grant funds to do it. So we can't commit at this point because we don't have those resources. So we're using grant funds to accomplish that.
Any questions? Ready to make a motion?
Motion for 12.01.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0, student trustee aye. Yes. Trustee Torres.
It's just a question. I didn't pull out 12.10 because I really don't have issues, or it's really just a quick question. So I didn't want to pull it out. It's the actual EO plan. They did a really good job. So, I mean, it was really well written, everything they submitted. I just had a question on method A. Maybe it's something we're working towards, but we don't necessarily have it very strong. So it was in March. So my question was if we're currently working on that.
Is there anyone that can answer that question?
So that was for method 8, Trustee Torres?
Yes, method A.
So we do have our evaluation process that covers that piece. We didn't certify because for the classified evaluation, we're still working on that one. So I think that is a work in progress that we're working towards.
And just in the future, trustees, when I comments in the beginning, that's a question that you can ask just to clarify before we vote, if you want to. Without pulling it, because it's just a quick question. Okay. All right. Moving on. Okay. 1601, we have our accreditation update in the book. Oh. There we go. Oh, well, that page is there. So I knew I got lost. Okay, board policies, 1301. Okay, so this is this is just a reaffirmation. Do we have any comments or can I have a motion?
I'll move approval.
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to thank everybody for their hard work. I know Patty was involved in the participatory governance handbook, and I think looking through the 54-page document, they just did a fantastic job on the report. And I do just want to point out the sentence in the line on the board policy, except in unforeseeable emergency situations, the board shall not take action on any matter subject to this policy until the appropriate constituent group or groups have been provided the opportunity to participate. And I just think that is a very important line, and I'm glad it's in our policy. So.
Thank you. What? Okay, I thought, okay. All right, nothing further. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee, aye. Okay, 1302. And I mean, someone who did the work on these, if they want to do some in a group, if that makes sense. Okay.
I was going to say the same thing.
Okay, so 1302.
Okay, the credit for prior learning, it was slightly revised to include industry recognized documentation. It did go through DTRWI, Chancellor's Cabinet, PPASS, and Consultation Council.
Thank you. And that's the one that's going to make it easier for people that took classes a long time ago to come back and get credit for them, right?
Correct.
Great. Awesome. I hope people take advantage of that. Is there a second?
Second, and there will be an emphasis on getting credit for military service education as well.
Great. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee, aye.
Chair, can I suggest, I mean, I know these items didn't come before the Administrative Services Committee, but as we heard under consultation, they have been thoroughly vetted. If any trustee has one item that they may want to pull, we could do that. Otherwise, we could take a motion to approve all of them.
Except for 1308, that one needs some input from the board, but maybe through 1307.
I would like to pull in that case 13.03.
Well, that's the next one. So why don't we talk about that?
Okay.
I tried.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the things thank you for all the hard work to get this to us. I know it was requested a while ago, but this item, well, Greg, do you want to introduce it at all before we start? Oh, Andrea.
Yes, so this item was requested by the board a few months ago. And participatory governance groups decided to address the student worker pay through the board policy. What you see in front of you are minor revisions to some of the wording throughout the board policy, but the biggest change you'll see is the elimination of the past student worker salaries from prior years and a proposal for a salary increase to the three tiers of the student worker classifications.
Okay. I just want to clarify for the category one, or step one, well, no, category one, which is student assistant. The only change is the statutory change from the state, right? Like internally as a district, we didn't make a change like the other ones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there, I'm just curious why that one, but the other two did receive a bump up, but that one didn't.
Yes, so if you refer to the salary comparison that's attached to the board, you will see that $15 an hour for the first level, we are pretty competitive. We're, I believe it was about the 90th percentile in terms of most of the colleges surveyed are starting at $15 an hour.
Okay, which is minimum wage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One thing I didn't notice in this item was the fiscal impact. Is there an estimation if this improvement were to pass as stated? Is there a fiscal impact to this item? In other words, what will it cost the district? I think that's an important part.
Like that's one pot of revenue, and when rates go up, the students would work fewer hours, so there would be no increase necessarily in overall cost.
So on one hand, what we're saying is if we increase the pay for students, we're then going to reduce the hours rather than use some of the revenue
that's
to pay for the expenditure side of it.
I don't know how it impacts the impact at the campuses, but that is something that does happen. If we only have so much revenue to pay, you would have to make do with fewer hours.
So
I'm not saying that's what's happening, but
sure,
that is a possibility, a strong possibility.
So I can speak for myself when I wanted to advocate that our student workers make more than minimum wage or higher salaries compared to other, or in comparison with other community college districts. It wasn't to do that by taking away from the hours or the amount of student workers. So I guess, is there a way to increase the student compensation without negatively impacting our student workers in the hours that they are given?
So it just really depends on the needs of student workers at the district office and also at the campuses. So I am saying of a particular pot of revenue, if we only have so much revenue, and we've had this discussion at the board, at board meetings in the past, that this was potentially what could happen. However, we also spend, and I don't have those numbers, I've shared some numbers with you before, that we do spend general fund dollars for student workers outside of restricted dollars that we do receive. So it's not exclusive that the hours would be reduced, but I don't have a cost. We don't have a cost, a fiscal impact on this particular issue, because ultimately it depends on how many hours the students work.
Right. I was maybe thinking of a comparison from last year to the estimation. So do we also do that with our classified faculty and managers? So if there's an increase in compensation, do we tell them, okay, you get an increase in compensation, but we're then going to reduce hours available or actual positions?
No, other than adjunct faculty, it may work that way in some circumstances, but no.
Then why are we going to do that with our students?
Well, I'm not saying we are doing it. I'm just saying those are two options. It depends on the needs of it depends on the needs of the service.
I understand that. I guess what I'm saying is, I think that's a very important component of this action item, because I don't want to reduce student hours if there's a need for them based off last year. And I also don't want our student workers to have reduced hours or opportunity.
No, I understand.
And take away services.
Yeah, go ahead.
A worthwhile discussion, I think, but it's off topic of the item in front of us, I think. And just one point I think I want to try to make is that there's limited dollars. We know what the finite resources are, and just conceptually speaking, what personnel is, what, 85, 86%?
85 approximately.
Yeah. So if we were to do something to provide more funds towards student workers, then that limits the remaining incremental funds available that are directed toward serving students as well. So it's a more complex question than just let's try to look at raising the student rates. And again, like I said, anyway.
I think we're digging way into the college's budget here for, the raise is $1 an hour, which I'm happy for. I didn't like it when there was only a difference of 76 cents between the one classification and the third one. But I think, this is a college budget item, and, maybe we can get some more information on it. But for right now, these are the new student hour worker rates in front of us to approve.
And I would.
And if we don't approve it, then they stay what they were, which I think is problematic.
Yeah, I agree. It's just unfortunate that we don't have the fiscal impact that, we may be talking about such a small number.
I kind of think we probably are, with considering, like I said, the raise we made for the highest category is $1 an hour.
Okay.
Okay, can I have a trustee Perez?
Yes, I'm
Yeah,
ready to
motion.
move
Is there a
approval.
second?
Second.
It's been moved and second. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I just briefly want to thank staff for their hard work. I do think that Trustee Chancellor brought up a really good point. But I do trust the colleges to keep an eye on it. And I hope that this board does request for this to come back and be able to look at the data. I do think that it is important that they get the raise. Having experienced, working with a student tutor, taking French at Moore Park College, they have to learn, they have to know so many things. And I did speak to a ESL professor at Ventura College East Campus, and she stressed the importance of, having student tutors, but also ones who understand the material and who understand that future tense, who are able to help students through the nuances of not only language, but many of the other different studies. And so, I hope this passes.
Thank you.
Chair McKay.
Yes.
I just wanted to say that I think it's an extremely valuable experience, and it helps us walk our talk when we're employing our students to do the work that's necessary at our campuses. But I want to move this along because it's already been held up for some time, and I would like to see at least these raises put in place with some possible revisitation at a later date when time will afford.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee I. Thank you for your comments, Brian. Okay, so now can we do 1304 through 07 together?
Full of policies 1303 through 1307 inclusive.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee I. Okay, so we need some input from the board on the emeritus. Yes,
I'd love to go first.
go first, then vice chairs. Go to.
I just think that there's some inequities here, and I've referred to that before with regard to the time periods in which certain employee classes must serve in order to qualify for potential emeritus status. 10 years in the case of full-time employees, 20 years in the case of a part-time employee, which seems like an inordinate amount of time in purgatory for someone who simply is doing a part-time job. It's still a job that you hold for a single year. And I also scratch my head as why an administrator would not have to have the same 10-year tenure before becoming emeritus instead of 6. My other concern is just a small wording change at the end where it talks about the chancellor on behalf of the board being able to revoke emeritus status. I think the wording should be changed. The chancellor with the approval of the board can revoke emeritus status. And that's my 2 cents.
Anybody else? Okay.
Yeah, well, I guess it's a question for Vice Chair Mantu. In your comments in regards to the difference of years for classification of employees, do you have a recommendation for all employees to have a more equitable time period? Okay.
What might that be?
I'm comfortable with 10 years.
Time too.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't say that.
Yeah.
It's okay.
But I wouldn't necessarily have discomfort with some other number, but I see an inequity in having different periods of service.
Sure. No, I hear you.
You know, I
Just
think
curious.
10 sounds like a good thing.
Yeah. So are we treating this as a first read and bring it back as a second?
I think so. Yeah.
As I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so is that the input that was sought? Yes.
Chair, if I
I'm
can
sorry.
anticipate where he's going.
Oh, okay.
Yes, right.
Okay, I thought we had some consensus there. I'm sorry.
Well, for the
Trustee
record, I
Price.
concur with Trustee Mantu's suggested changes.
Trustee Torres?
I'm interested in knowing the reason for the difference in tenures in years for part-time faculty and full-time faculty. I don't know if the reason was full-time faculty has meetings, they have other commitments, they're having to teach a larger course load. So therefore there was a 10 years part-time. There isn't probably meetings that you need to attend to. You have a less course load, I wasn't sure of the reasoning. So in looking at the equity piece, I wanted to make sure that maybe that would be helpful to know a little bit more in terms of how that came about, the process, in terms of what's presented. It'd be helpful for me to know, since I went through the participatory governance process with them in terms of speaking about it. It'd be helpful for me as a trustee to know why.
My only question would be, do the years have to be consecutive? Like, can somebody work part-time for 3 and then, stop for 4 and then come back for 7 if we were to entertain the 10 years and then they got it? So I don't know. No, I'm not saying
No, yeah.
automatic. I'm saying if it is recommended.
I mean, I think of like the person that might teach, some kind of specialized automotive part-time that, they take away from they may have a full-time job and they come and teach in the evenings part-time for years and years and years. We certainly have had people do that in real specialized services. And I think 10 years is long enough. And if they had to take a year off, I don't think that they should lose the opportunity. Again, this is the opportunity. It's not vested upon someone.
That's great. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
So,
Laura, were you going to respond to the question just so I have an idea of why it was presented this way?
Yes, thank you, Trustee Torres. I don't think that we have that information readily available, but we can definitely explore it. I think when it was last reviewed, we weren't in the roles that we're in right now, many of us, but let me do a little research and I'll be able to get that for you.
Okay, that would be helpful because there might be a reason. And so that would be helpful for me to know as a trustee. Now, trustees get it too. I mean, they really need it. I mean, it's added. I added that the trustee can also request it, but I don't think a trustee, in my opinion, I mean, I don't know. It's listed there that a trustee can also request the status or the title if they'd like it. It's a service. Okay, I just feel just being elected is such a privilege and honor, just already having our different districts places here. But I mean, I'm not going to go against it. I just feel the fact that we're sitting here, it's such an honor already to be able to serve our district in this capacity. Just a question.
yeah, I don't think we have any trustee emeritus, do we? Yeah, but I don't think we have it.
But I think that there could be a situation where a long-serving trustee has provided great benefit to the district over and above, either advocating for legislation or something else that would merit this kind of a recognition. And I feel that trustees are just as much a part of the team, if you will, of our human assets as the employees.
Given our positions, I would think who would be responsible for giving that title. And then it's based subjectively on who believes what trustee. It depends on, is there a committee? And maybe that's something we're going to add here. Who says this trustee has gone above and beyond to do this work, but maybe this other one hasn't. And how do you determine those metrics? Which trustee has done more than the other? And I think that it can. So that's the reason why I just caution when it comes to a trustee, because everybody works differently and does different things for the district, but I'm not opposed to it. I definitely would just want to see a little bit more about what the process would look like. Just, I think we ourselves are ultimately the ones that would say, yes, this trustee gets it, or this person gets it. Just something to think about. I'm not against it. I'm not, going to debate anything about it. But I think to begin with, that would just be, once we get a little bit more information in terms of the language here, that would be helpful for me.
Again, real quick, this is a board policy, and it's the board that would approve emeritus status for anybody. Now, sometimes, like we had a request from a former faculty who asked if they could get the emeritus status, and they did receive that based upon information that was provided. Again, if the board wants to establish additional criteria beyond the 10 years, or not look at, something to look at each request within some sort of rubric, there again, we'd need the board to develop it. I mean, we're fine with 10 years. We're fine. I mean, 5 years. I mean, it's more of what the board would like to do, and it's the board's decision. So this is HR. It goes to DS. It goes to HR. Gone to DCHR, and they're just asking for more direction from the board. So the 10 years helps them. They will then discuss it, and it'll come back to the board for approval.
Okay. Okay.
And I mean, if it makes you more comfortable, maybe you can we can give direction that the trustee emeritus would have to be nominated by somebody else instead of asking for it themselves. Or, I mean, that's what they're asking for, is feedback from us on some guidance from us. That's specifically what was asked of us during this academic senate consultation.
Okay.
And I suppose, and you can probably send it in.
Yeah, I'm going to think about it a little bit more and be more concise on what I envision, and send it to you.
I would send it to the chancellor.
To the chancellor?
Yes.
Okay.
You,
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. Thank you. Hope you got some direction from that. That we're looking at equity. Okay. The next one, 1401. I am going to ask our student trustee to introduce this. This was.
I was actually kind of hoping to do, I'll just make a motion for 14.01, 2, 3, and 4, the resolution. And then I'll just make a brief comment on 14.01, if that's okay with everybody.
I'll second.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes.
It's been moved and seconded for the resolutions 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is the role of the student in participatory governance. The resolution in support of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, which this is not a new one. It is our first one. And action to approve the resolution to honor Dolores Huerta. Oh, and the resolution of the governing board election, which is coming up on November 8th. Is there a second?
We
Oh, Brian.
made
Oh,
the
so yours
motion,
is
never
the
mind.
second. Okay, bro.
And I
Okay.
second,
Yeah.
Chair.
Okay, so all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, just briefly, I wanted to say thank you to Chancellor Gillespie. I worked closely with him to craft the resolution affirming the importance of the student role in participatory governance. In the resolution that we just approved, one of the resolves is the Ventura County Community College District Board of Trustees commits to encouraging other California community college districts to reaffirm the importance of students of participatory governance. And I included that because I think that all of you are not only leaders here in our district, but I think you could help lead the way and push, our neighboring districts and our state to do better. This isn't the issues of student retention and student participation isn't exclusive to our district. It really is a state issue and problem. And so I am proud of this district and all of you for really leading the way, being able to be at the colleges and see the work that they do after our resolution. When we pass that, the sustainability resolution and the DEI resolution, it really is incredible to see the way that our faculty and staff and presidents really run with that. And so I'm excited to see what comes out of this resolution and how our district moves forward and continues to raise the bar for our students in participatory governance. So thank you.
Thank you. And I'm looking forward to hear what each college does, because that's what we had said, that each college would look for a way to honor Dolores Huerta. And so I look forward to seeing what is done at the 3 colleges as well. Moving on, anything further on those? If not, okay. All right, 1405, pandemic response. Chancellor.
With the agenda item, we've communicated the changes that have happened in our COVID-19 protocols effective May 19th. So after May 19th, there will be no screening stations, as well as no mandatory weekly testing, and testing will only occur if people are symptomatic. So, we are lessening up the protocols to more closely align with CDC guidelines, and as well as Cal OSHA regulations there that have been recently updated as well. The vaccine mandate is still in place. However, when students register, they sign a self-attestation that they are vaccinated, and that allows them to register for classes. They are asked to upload the vaccination information into the app. The app will still be used. However, there will be no showing of the app as students walk onto campus there. It's good to be at a point where we can lessen up on what the requirements are. And I think everybody's also been communicated that, adjustments can be made should conditions change. These adjustments were talked about with the unions as well, and had support from them with regards to that. I think that's it as far as an update on the pandemic response.
Questions, board, trustee Chancellor?
We heard in public comments that some of our surrounding community college districts have pulled back from their vaccine mandates. Is that something that, as we look farther down the line, that we are analyzing and comparing ourselves? And then I'm just curious on that front. And then not at this meeting, but I am I guess I'm asking or eager to see some of the projections for fall, and then of course spring of in-person courses being offered, and some of the differences within the colleges and the why that there are some of the preliminary differences that I've seen at some of our campuses within our 3 campuses. So was there any thought into LA Community College, which is just, I'm just trying to respond to some of the public comments since we do have an item on our agenda tonight.
So no, I think districts are starting to make decisions now. So we've been having conversations probably for a good month at the colleges with the response committee that Dan has been a part of, and looking at the data, working with public health. I think it'll be important to continue to look and see if that recommendation gets modified. However, based on the data we had and working with our health folks as well as the unions, people felt it's prudent to continue the mandate at this time, especially since we still don't know what's going to happen with surges in infection rates and things like that. And they still, all the information out there says the best measure to help to reduce vaccines and reduce the severity of infections is the vaccine, and infections are still occurring. But I know that the team and will always be looking at making adjustments when would be appropriate.
Okay, thanks. And just a clarifying question, the vaccine mandate that this board approved, does it have an expiration date?
No.
No, so there's no end in it at this point in time. So it would take, if we were to reevaluate, and I'm not suggesting that we do, we would actually have to rescind it or put an
Correct.
expiration on it. Okay, and that's what other community college districts have done. They've rescinded their vaccine mandates.
For the update, Greg, I really appreciate it. I remember back in August, when we approved the vaccine mandate, it was during a time where the information we had, it was critical. The Delta was coming. I remember in July, this came to us and we weren't ready to make a decision. And then we saw a surge. As now we have more people that are vaccinated, we are seeing that the virus pretty much is infecting both vaccinated and unvaccinated. And we're seeing this trend. I'm also looking into our students, and we look at our enrollment, and we look in terms of being equitable. And we're in a time where when people are going out, people are spending time, they're having dinner. That's beautiful. They're having coffee, they're meeting together, they're celebrating. We're going to have graduations next week. And I would like us to consider how that would look like infections rates, because if there are students that would like to come to our campus, I think they should have the opportunity to do so. I think we are in a very different time than we were in August. And I think our students deserve for us to take a look at it to see how do things look like. I know we had somebody from public health in August come and give us information, and that was really helpful. And I think for us as a board, now that we're going into almost a year since we went ahead and passed it, and so now we have more people that have been vaccinated, that people have gone more into their normal really of life traveling, being able to do the things that they did before. We weren't there in August. So when we made that decision, we were still very much, the majority of our staff was working remotely from home. We weren't still able to do those things. But we're in a very different place than we were in August of 2021. So to the board, I think we owe it to our students who are eager to come back to our campuses to look into this and to have somebody do a study session. And now that we see our other partners, community colleges that have rescinded, I think it's worth it to be able to have the conversation. I'm just one trustee, but I have definitely an interest in revisiting our vaccine mandate to make it more inclusive and to make it more equitable of all of our students, given that the time when we passed it, it was in August. I'm not saying that we're going to rescind it, but I do say that it would be nice to have a study session like we did back in August.
No, I think I appreciate the information, because right now we're operating the district according to the vaccine mandate, and I think making the adjustments that are appropriate now. But if the board would like a study session and provide different direction and want to modify the board policy or give direction to modify it, again, can work with the board chair on when we agendize that and have it on the agenda.
Yes, Trustee Perez.
Yes, I think a specific agenda item to talk about the mandate will be helpful, because this is a great report and it's good to be brought up to speed. But I think just it's time, I think, for us to have a focused discussion on that aspect of what we've been doing, keeping in mind that I believe it's everyone's shared goal to provide, maintain a healthy and safe working and learning environment. But we all know and hear about what's going on out there, and we all have our own personal experiences and viewpoints. And that's why I think we just need to corral that all in a separate focused discussion.
Agree. I'd like to get the input from when we have that from our college presidents, what they're seeing in enrollment, and of course, our employees, our bargaining units, and how they feel about it. I mean, are we going to accept that there are some maybe, you know, non-classroom faculty, non-instructional faculty, people that want to work remotely from home because they don't feel safe on campuses if the vaccine mandates place? It's just, we're going to have a conversation. I think we should, you know, have a full throated conversation about all of it and where we're going to fall on that. But right now I need to ask for a break, and then I believe that Eric Reese has a little something that we're going to take just a couple minutes on at this hour, but yeah, we're going to do it. It's going to be short though, because I'm looking at the clock.
Doctor, should I count it off? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Amy. Happy birthday to you.
let's come back so we can, go home while it's still Amy's birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you for spending it with us.
So I did ask the board chair if I could have just a moment back on 1405 to clarify some information. So Nurse Dan has been doing some research for us, and I do want everybody to know that College of the Canyon still has their vaccine mandate in place. The LACCD, the LA Community College District, still has their mandate in place. Now, there could be people who are confused because the K-12 district in LA is delaying implementation of their mandate, and maybe people thought that included College of the Canyons too. But just so you know, on the community college side, the mandates are still in place.
I think it's be proud to be a nurse. So wear it with pride. Yes. And speaking of nurses, Dr. Hoffman's 1406, the East Campus update.
Thank you so much for allowing us to share some of the exciting things that are happening at our East Campus. We really feel like there's a lot of momentum in favor of all that we're doing at the East Campus. We had an advisory committee meeting last week. It seems like it was forever ago, but it was just last week. And we were really excited to have Trustee Mantooth attend that. And the committee members were really, I think they were gaining trust and faith in Ventura College and the Ventura County Community College District as we moving forward on some of the things that we had promised them. And you'll hear from Dr. Vega, who's going to do the presentation this evening, about how we're looking at additional space and how we can expand what we offer at that location or in that community. And we are kind of looking at additional opportunities to expand. And so as we move forward on some of those exciting ideas, we will be presenting more to you in the future. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Vega, who's doing a fabulous job as the Dean of our Ventura College East Campus. So Dr. Vega.
Button. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie, Cabinet, faculty members. My name is Dr. Jesus Vega. I am the Dean for the East Campus, Off-Campus Programs, Student Engagement, and Title IX Coordinator for Ventura College. Alexander, if you could put up the slide, please. Before I get started this evening, I want to prepare you for this 3-hour presentation that you're about to go through. In all honesty, I will try to make it as short as possible so that way you all can continue with your business. But I did want to bring attention to the images that you're going to see during the presentation, because those are all images that have been taken by our wonderful marketing team for events that have happened at the East Campus pre-pandemic and during our closure for COVID, and now that we're bringing students back. The first one that I'm going to highlight here is actually part of our East Campus team. From our non-instructional faculty to our student employees, our classified employees, and our health screener, who make the East Campus a welcoming environment for our students and our student-centered. That's their entire goal while they're on our campus. And so I just wanted to highlight them here a little bit so that way you all can see the wonderful team that allows me to do my job while I manage areas on both campuses. So Alexander, the next slide, please. This brief presentation is going to take you on a little bit of a roller coaster ride. We're going to look at enrollment trends, the enrollment data specifically from the Santa Clara River Valley, possible expansion of the East Campus, programs that we want to highlight because we are doing some exciting things on our campus right now, and then future opportunities for the East Campus, the Santa Clara River, the district, and Ventura College. Alexander? So what you see here in front of you today and in your packets that you received are the enrollment trends for the last 5 years for the East Campus. As you can see, since 2017 till this actual spring semester, the course offerings that we've offered at the East Campus have dramatically increased compared to where they were before. And that's a testament to the executive team and their planning that they had done prior to my arrival in 2019. Along with the increase of those courses that are being offered, FTES has also increased every single year that we're there. Now, take in mind and into consideration that the East Campus is not just classes that we offer on our location in Santa Paula. I also oversee off-campus programs, which means our dual enrollment opportunities with our high school districts, and also with the work that we're doing with the correctional facility here in Camarillo. So all those courses and all those FTES are allocated to the East Campus. The trends that you see is that enrollment fluctuates like our 3 other comprehensive campuses. We go through the same struggles that we're going through as a district. But the one thing that I did see in pulling this data for you this evening is that our enrollment actually increased during our 2-year hiatus of in-person courses because of the COVID pandemic. So our enrollment went up in terms of FTES. So if you could see 2019-20, 2021, and 21-22, we increased 51 FTES at the East Campus. So those are some of the trends that we're seeing. Again, it goes back to the team that we have on ground to support our students. And more importantly, the Santa Clara River Valley community really supporting us and guiding their students onto our campus. The offerings that we have at the East Campus, we have 3 great degrees that we offer all our students that come onto our campus. We have 2 general studies degrees, one in arts and humanities, and the other in behavior and social sciences. Now, recently, we've also added the veterinary technology associated degree at the East Campus. It's primarily housed there, and our students do their lecture courses in our facility and then they will be walking over to Ohana down the strip mall there to do all their lab work with live animals and other farm animals that they have partnerships with. We also offer general courses for students that are interested in criminal justice, child development, business courses, so that they can improve their skills and get higher paying jobs, as we've been discussing this evening here tonight. Lastly, we recently redesigned our ESL program, where we've refocused it to be an ESL program for life. And what we mean by that is that we're helping our community learn the English that they need in order to be able to have conversations with their child's principal, teacher, language that they're going to be able to advocate for themselves in medical offices, in law offices, wherever they may be within our community. That's our goal and that's our focus. Now, that's not where it ends. From there, we hope to transition them into the academic side of the ESL, so that they can later on, if they want to pursue a degree in child development and business, in sociology, whatever it may be, we can take them along that course. So that way they'll have the English language acquisition, but more importantly, end up with a degree, a certificate that will allow them to change not just their lives, but generations to come. Other programs that we offer on our campus is the medical assisting program. Our community has asked for courses that will help their constituents be able to receive the skills to earn higher paying jobs. The Santa Clara River Valley has typically and historically been an agricultural community, and now they're looking for that next step to grow their community and grow their earning potential, so that they no longer have to be under the poverty line or at the poverty line to try to support their families. So those are the things that we're currently doing at the East Campus in terms of our enrollment trends and the course offerings that we have. Alexander, next slide, please. Now, this next slide here is the enrollment from the Santa Clara River Valley high schools. Okay, so we have the 2 comprehensive high schools as well as the alternative high school data here for you. And these are just the recent graduates. So these are just the students that graduated from our local high schools in the last, what do I have here, 2015 till the present, 2020. That was the data that we had. And as you can see, enrollment fluctuates up and down based on the high school graduation rates from our local high school communities, our local high schools, but there's also some discrepancies in there that we need to address as a college, as an institution, as the East Campus per se. One of the things that we need to do is we're realizing that we are a viable option for our community to begin their college education there with us. And it's proven and it's shown. We have students that come with, from when I go out and do presentations for outreach and application workshops and whatever it is that we're doing to promote the East Campus, I'll see them 2 to 3 months later at the East Campus looking for me because I hand them my business card. I give them my personal cell phone number. If they have any questions, they are more than welcome to reach out to me, but not just them, their family members, right? And when we're having those discussions with the family members, then we take the opportunity to also promote our ESL courses. So that way it becomes a family affair and it's not just a one-off for our students and their families. We need to increase the East Campus presence in our local community. It's just a proven fact. But as you saw, our team is small. So there's not much that we can do currently. And I tap into all the other resources on our campus to help me promote the East Campus in our local community in Eastern Ventura County, Ojai, Piru. And I appreciate that of them, but I also understand that they have other responsibilities. So one of the things that we're working on with our executive team and with hopefully with the support of the Board of Trustees is to increase the amount of staff and faculty that we have at the East Campus. As you can see, our alternative high schools have a very low transition rate from their alternative high school to our campus. And so I reached out to our local superintendents and I asked what the reason was for that. And their answer was they're trying to transition as many of their high school seniors that are in their alternative schools back to the main school. So that way they can graduate from the comprehensive high school and not the alternative high school, which to me, there's just something about graduating from a high school that it's a comprehensive high school and not an alternative high school on your high school diploma. It changes the mindset. It changes the opportunities and the aspirations that students may have. So that's why you see the lower enrollment from our alternative high schools into Ventura College and the East Campus. Alexander, next slide, please. Now, this is the total enrollment from the community of the Santa Clara River Valley to Ventura to the East Campus. And this is everybody, not just the recent high school graduates. It's who we have enrolled at this current time. The last data for this chart here is 2021. And as you can see, back in 2016, 2017, we had a good number from our 3 local communities, Fillmore, Piru, and Santa Paula. And as time has passed, one of the things that we're seeing is we're seeing declining enrollment. And the reason for that, in looking at the data and really analyzing it, is one, we're losing students because of the pandemic, and that's across, again, the district, the state, the nation in terms of students enrolling in college. We have a lack of student access to education in the community of Piru, and that's our most eastern city community in our county. And based on what I've seen recently, and I'll explain to you what I mean by that in a few slides, the need, the want is there. It's just a matter of us getting to them and providing them with that access and that opportunity. And then the other thing that we're seeing is that we have a declining high school enrollment, graduation rates, right? I'm working with, as part of the East Campus Advisory Board, we have the superintendents and their cabinet on there to try to figure out how we can better support our students, how they can attract students. You know, I hate to say it, but they're going to charter schools and whatnot. So we're trying to figure out a way to how to engage our families to come back to the comprehensive high schools so they can continue doing that. One of the needs that we need right now is courses for our adult learners, right? A lot of our community right now in the Santa Clara River Valley are in the process of changing careers or changing job opportunities, and they're looking at us for opportunities to learn a new skill, bolster their new skill if their current position is changing, to better their skills, right? So they're looking for that refresher and they're looking at us to provide that service, that opportunity for them. And by doing that and helping them do that, again, it changes the dynamic of the community, it changes the dynamic of the family, and a greater opportunity for the community. And one of the things that we're currently doing, and you'll see in a slide later, is that we're starting to take our classes into the community. So we're not asking our community members to come to us now, we're going to them. We're meeting them where they are. And the most recent example that I can give you of that, aside from the high school courses that we offer, is our ESL program. We've actually taken our ESL program to the community of Piru, where we've seen the classes with a higher enrollment than we see them on our East Campus. And that's just because of the lack of transportation and the lack of opportunity that they have so far in the eastern side of the county. So we're starting to do that. Piru was our pilot program for that. And this upcoming fall, we'll be offering ESL courses in Santa Paula at community-based organizations in their location. One of the things that we heard from them when we did research is that, one, there wasn't that trust that they had within their own community with the college. Even though we were out in the local churches and the local spaces to promote the campus, there was this sense of family in these organizations that they just felt comfortable with. So that's one of the things that we're starting to do. We're taking our ESL classes into the community to better support them, and more importantly, to provide them access to the educational benefits that we can offer them. Alexander, next slide, please. So the expansion of East Campus, we need to expand. For the first time since I've been there in 2019 when I started, we are at capacity. I've had to be creative in the way that we offer our courses because we just don't have space in our current storefront location. We have 6 classrooms, and we recently leased out a space behind us to open up a lab, a science lab. So we're going to be offering for the first time a biology course in the biology field, anatomy, for the first time in the East Campus. That has never been done. So we have 2 anatomy lab courses being offered in the fall. So we're hoping that our lab is ready by the fall, but we're hoping that we're going to be there. Other opportunities, a larger space would be a great opportunity for the East Campus, and not just for us, but for the community in general, where we could partner with a 4-year institution to offer courses at that space, and also the local high schools to offer courses in that space. So that way it becomes a seamless pathway between high school, community college, and a 4-year institution. It's a great opportunity, not just for us, but for that community. In talking to the community and the students, it takes them anywhere between 2 to 3 hours, depending on where they live, to get to either Cal State Channel Islands, UCSB, or Cal Lutheran. That's a disservice that the community has, that we can meet if we were able to expand and join these partnerships with the community. And just to round it up, Alexander, if you can go 2 more slides. One more slide, sorry. The one before that. So that picture there, that's the ESL course that I was mentioning earlier in the Piru community. That class, within 2 days, we had 27 students enrolled. At census, we had 27 students enrolled. At the end of the semester celebration, we had 26 students attend because one of them was sick. So that commitment from the community is there. Now we have to match that commitment to that community. And that's the goal that we're trying to do at the East Campus. And with that, you all have the presentation. I don't want to go on too long, but if you do have questions, I'm available for questions.
Just real briefly, I remember my first year on the board, Santa Clara River Valley community came out really strong, and they said, look, we need a bigger facility. And I remember touring one with Chancellor Gillespie, Fillmore, I believe. And part of the, I don't want to say argument, but justification to not do that at that point in time was even the programs that we had, or the classes, we weren't using the space we currently had. And I'm really excited and thankful that you've flipped that, right? So now you're saying we're full and we need more space.
Correct.
So the question I have is, again, back to staff and to this board, is what do we do? So we're hearing from the college that they're maxed out. They need more space, the greater opportunities for students and the Santa Clara River Valley. What are we going to do with that? Because I'm ready to support growth. So I just don't want to be a board that hears that there's a need and then we say, okay, we hear you, and next item. So it sounds like there's an ask behind this, and I don't want to jump ahead of anything because we have to follow. And there's not an ask on our agenda item, but I guess it's an ask to the Chancellor and Board Chair McKay that it seems like it would be an appropriate place, would be an item on our agenda in the upcoming future that we can, or staff can develop a plan with some dollars behind it to fulfill this ask and community need.
Plan. You're probably not surprised. So you will be hearing from us. We need to go through all the processes before it will actually go to the board, but we do have some ideas and they're really exciting, I think.
Just so I know community. Just to save a lot of emails floating around, because I know the community will say, well, do you know when the plan will be presented to the board or the district?
I don't, because it'll need to go through our processes first.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to meet with some internal people at Ventura College and maybe get it on Chancellor's Cabinet in the next few weeks.
Very exciting. Thank you so much.
Trustee Perez and then Trustee Torres.
Thank you for the report. Thank you for the consistent effort at serving this area of our district. Question, you talk about the processes in the plan. The advisory committee that you mentioned, are they aware of the progress of the plan and such? Okay. And in the past, there was outreach to the various colleges and universities to try to create some partnership there. And if I recall correctly, and Chair McKay, you may remember this, they weren't quite ready for that, but has their progress been made in reaching out to the four-year universities and colleges to create that partnership you referenced in your presentation?
Yes. So not on my part, because I'm not haven't been able to open the door to those spaces with the presidents and the chancellors of the universities. I'm not sure if President Hoffman's has had those that communication with them, but I'll turn it over to President Hoffman's.
I know there's interest from universities to help with that pathway and that completion, but it's a little early in the process to actually get them on board, but I know there is interest.
Well, that's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vega, for such a thorough presentation. It was so exciting to be able to see the data and also the pictures, and really to see the community of Piru, because it's so far, like it's so far. I mean, to make it even to the center over in Santa Paula. And so for you to be able to go there, it's such a beautiful thing. And I know that it's historical to have our college. You see in the community organizations, but it's really beautiful to see how the college is doing grassroots work. Like, we're not waiting for you to come to our facility. Eventually you will, but in the meantime, this is where we are. And so I just wanted to really commend you for the beautiful work that you're doing, to see the incredible growth during a time of loss of enrollment you actually were able to gain. And it goes to show we're not victims of the pandemic, and you demonstrated it, how we overcome it and how you come together with community, and you were able to demonstrate that it can be done. It's not the pandemic, it's being able to build that community and that relationship, and to see that growth was such a beautiful testament to the amazing work that is being done, the outreach and the trust, because you're right. It's all about the trust. And for them to be able to enroll and to maintain and to retain them. It's such a beautiful thing. I would love when you have a graduation, when you celebrate, I would love just to be there because it's so uplifting to the spirit to just be with them. And my question was, are the high schools also offering ESL classes, or are we the only ones that are doing it in that area, like Piru and Fillmore, Santa Paula?
I know that Fillmore and Santa Paula used to have ESL courses through their adult high school. We met with Dr. Peña and myself met with Superintendent Cesar Morales recently to discuss the opportunity of promoting our ESL courses within their community. And he was going to get back to us to let us know which adult high schools were still offering the ESL courses and which weren't. So that way we could be strategic about who we approach and how we approach them.
I really like the model that you're utilizing in trying to bring in people through the ESL classes to be able to obtain language acquisition and to have the parents, which eventually their kids who are English language learners are doing the exact same thing at their schools. And then from there, linking them to maybe other degrees, certificate degrees within the college, something that they probably never even imagined they can do. And I really love that beautiful pathway that's being created. And it's such a beautiful model that I see you next year presenting at the state level, really this amazing, beautiful work. Because we'll talk later in our reports. We just went to a conference and nobody's doing this. So thank you so much for the creativity and really the love. Really thank you for your love and your compassion towards being there for the community. I know they must really love you. As a matter of fact, I know they do because they tell us they love you. So thank you so much. Beautiful presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, yes, I just have to commend the work of and the leadership of President Hoffman's and yourself, Dean Vega, for all the hard work that you're doing. And I particularly want to thank you for making the point about transportation and the issue that presents for students. This morning, I did check just because I was curious about how long it would take a student from Fillmore to go to the East Campus, and it was about an hour. I had to take the bus in high school, and it was only about 20 minutes, and I thought it was like the worst thing ever, and my parents hated me because I didn't get a car. And so for a student to have to take that 1 hour journey or 2 hours to go to the main campus, it really does present a significant barrier to students. And I kind of wish you did go on to slide 8 because, you know, you talked about needing to refer students to get that first year experience or to get that financial aid. And it almost seems like the East Campus is kind of bursting at the seams. And so I am very excited to see the plan that, you know, is being worked up. I know Gold Coast Transit, they do kind of specialized routes, and I'm very excited to see what innovative approaches you all take to really meet the needs of students and meet the needs of the community, because I think you demonstrated really well how you're attempting to do so. And so thank you for your work.
Thank you.
To echo the excitement that I feel about this issue in particular, because for people of the Santa Clara Valley, this has been a dream from 22 years ago. And I feel like there's momentum, there's stars beginning to align, and I'm looking forward to seeing the plan which will be developed.
Thank you all. I don't have any questions. I really appreciate the presentation. Like everyone else, I put on my form here to make sure we do the follow-up on East Campus so that we can hear the plan as soon as it's ready. And, you know, congratulations on filling it up. I really like the idea of taking the education out to Piru, because I mean, if we don't take it to some of the places and take it to where the students are, they're just not going to get the opportunity. So thank you for that.
Chair, if I may, I just also, I was reminded the next Associated Student Body President is actually from Piru, Jessica Esquivel. She's from Piru. So I look forward to seeing what how she could assist you in this role, and also the District Council on Enrollment Management, and kind of seeing how that process kind of comes about. So
thank you. Okay. No members have run out of the room yet. Not last night or tonight. Okay, so 15.01, action to rescind April 10 approval of ratification of contracts and grants for fiscal year.
So this particular item, which was presented to the board on April 10th, we discovered that it has all kinds of printing issues. So we're asking to rescind this, and we're bringing the next item, 1502, is properly printed and so on. So we'll ask you to approve that. But for this one, rescind it just because it's messy. I think there were some things that were omitted. There was a technical glitch. I don't know. It had to do with board docs, but anyway, so this is action to rescind, please.
And then is 1502 just the replacement?
Identical. Well,
So we could do rescind
you-
and then
yes,
redo all in
yes,
one, please?
yes.
So may I have a motion?
I'll
for-
move that.
I'll
Okay.
second that.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0. Student trustee, aye.
Thank you.
Okay. This action is the action to approve the amended allocation model.
So just as a reminder, when we brought to the board on March 8th, the budget allocation model, which the board approved, I had discussed at that particular meeting that we would bring something back in April, an amendment, because we were going through this process of changing the allocation model and so on. Didn't turn out in April, but it's coming in May. So this is really about amending the allocation model. And if you look at page 496, if you look at the board narrative itself for the board item, the changes that are in the budget allocation model, which is the attachment, they're underlined on the bottom of page 496. So you can see what the changes are in the document that you had already approved. Those are the only changes and they're just underlined here for your convenience. I think it's important to, you've already heard different comments tonight. I just will say there was several discussions over several months about an 8% or 8.15%, et cetera. There was initially a motion of 7.5. I had brought that forward, I suppose, where I brought 8% forward. So there was a motion that was 6 yes, 6 no, and 2 abstentions. And then there was a second motion. This is at DCAS, which was the vote that you've heard about earlier today, and that's reflected in this narrative. I also think it's important for you to know that this is about the allocation model percentage. The percentages are listed here. The employee positions are listed here because they've gone through a prioritization process at the district office. Those may change, but this is where we're at, at the moment. But really, it's about the allocation model and the amount of money. And to wrap up my comments, because the board had approved our budget allocation model process, and there's an additional on the chart, the second chart on that same page with the underline, $2.684 million of additional funds to be budgeted. So just on the natural, if you look at those different numbers in the table, on the natural, just the increase in budget for the current year, for next year, 22-23, at 7.1% is $178,000. So the district office would automatically receive that if nothing else had changed. But in changing it from 7.1 to 7.3, there would be an additional $389,000 for a total of $568. But I think it's important if you look at the middle row of that. So of this 2.684 million that is coming, 389,000 would be allocated to the district office by the change from 7.1 to 7.3, and 2.295 would remain allocated to the campuses. So that's the difference. The campus would get 2.295 out of the 2.684. If nothing was done, then the campuses would get the 2.684 versus the 2.295. If that makes sense, I hope at this late hour it made some sense.
Any questions? Okay. I'll start with Trustee Chancellor since he shook his head yes.
I should have stopped three sentences ago, and I think it would have been better, but go ahead.
Well, I'm just seeing all the positions laid out at the district, and that equals $2.2 million.
Correct.
But now that I hear you say that if we increase it to 7.3 to fulfill that, it's actually going to only take away from the call. I guess I'm not connecting the dots.
Okay, so this, you've seen, this is a compilation of different documents that you have seen and different committees have seen. So the 15 positions that are referenced here, they were actually taken from a larger number of employees when the conversation started. So this is just a ranking of our positions. It happens to equal $2.22 million. But the 7.3% is only going to provide 389,000, not anywhere near enough to fund 15 positions. So 389,000 plus on the natural, because of the increase in revenue of this 2.684 that I'm talking about, that's an additional 179,000. So so overall, the change from 7.1 to 7.3 is $389,000, period. That will not fund 2.2 million. It's going to fund 3 or 4 positions at the most, these top 3 or 4, right? What I'm sharing on the 179 is I anticipated a question from the board that would say, well, Dave, 389, that's not enough to do anything with. But I wanted to let you know, well, there's a little bit more than that, because on the natural from the 7.1%, because of the increased revenue, we automatically would be getting additional revenue here. So the total to think about is 568, which would fund, again, like 3 or 4 of the top positions, 4 or 5. So the positions all the way through 15 are just a reference because you've seen it before, but there's no way it would fund all of those positions. It's just going to fund $568,000 worth. So if you looked at the top, 4, for instance, or 3 or 4, it's going to cover that.
So some of the added funds that you're describing are just the monies allocated to the DAC.
The 179.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, but you're making a statement that all of the increase on our revenue of the allocation to the DAC is going to go towards new positions, but there are statutory increases, PERS, STIRS, cost of living, and whatever it is. So I just want to make sure we're on the same page. They might not be new positions created.
No,
on some of the new revenues.
No, so we don't know what's going to happen in negotiations, but for this, so you can see for these positions, the benefits, the mandated benefits are included. So all of those benefits that you just referenced, other than a raise that may occur. But the district office budget, just like the college's budgets, we're already planning for something. We don't have a set number because we haven't gone through negotiations and so on, but we know it probably will be something. And so no, I don't, I would state to you that the 568, this total 568 number would be mostly, if not every penny, mostly allocated for new positions. And it wouldn't, if a raise is provided through negotiations to everybody, it wouldn't be that we would have to eliminate those positions that were just added. That's a different category of dollars that we're expecting, like in a contingency budget.
That was my only question, but I do have some comments, but I'll save those.
Trustee Perez.
Okay, so let me just restate it in my own words so I make sure I understand what you're saying. If nothing changes, the DAC would receive next budget year an increase of 179.
Correct.
Okay. And if the percentage was bumped up to 7.3, then that's where the additional 389. Okay.
Correct.
Got that. You did make a comment about these, the ranking. These positions went through a program review process, if you will. So they're ranked. But then you also made the comment, they may change. clarification. So I guess what I'm asking is, if these positions are filled, would they be filled in the rank order that they're presented?
Come forward like the colleges do their positions, and we would look to see what the total amount is. And we know that there is interest in the DEI position. I mean, ideally, we would have liked to have funding take us down through that position. We know it's a priority for the board, so there may be some reconsideration because that's not going to be funded. The other thing is there's at the state level consideration on providing some additional dollars for IT, either in one time or recurring, and that may give us some additional flexibility in there. So these were our prioritized at the time this went through and what was presented through the committees. But again, as we bring them forward as new positions, we'll relook at that and make sure these are the critical ones needed in the
Okay, and I
correct
asked
order.
that because this whole process is a dynamic and evolving process, so that we're not locked into what's in front of us right now.
I'm sorry, if I may, this, just to clarify, you're not approving positions
No,
here.
I- No, but the perception may
Yes.
be created. And then one question that, based on some of the consultation comments that I heard earlier this evening, there's still some unknowns, and that is what, or maybe you've looked at it already. This may be decimal dust when you look at the total number in our budget, but even so, have you looked at what the impact would be once the hold harmless goes away?
Well, we do look at that impact regularly, and we bring it forward in a multi-year projection based on the assumptions that we utilize and so on. I would answer what I think. Well, I'll make this comment. As the Chief Financial Officer, and I'll speak on behalf of the Chancellor, he can correct me if I am misspeaking. I think 7.3%, if this budget changes, I don't think it really will have impact in the long run, the short term and the long run, on anybody having to make layoffs or make cuts at the campuses or the district office. That's my particular perspective from being a Chief Financial Officer for 19 years in education.
It does have an effect, I think, based again, what I heard from consultation comments. There is an impact to the colleges, right? And it may be a relatively small number, but I also heard, and everybody is doing more with less, but they'll be asked to do the same with a little bit less. And as one of our former colleagues used to say, it's not doing more with less, it's doing less with less.
The difference to the campus, if you look at on that last table of the narrative, the campuses would receive 2.295 instead of 2.684. That's the delta.
Trustee Torres.
Thank you for the information that was presented. There's a couple of things. There's, we have our new chancellor that's going to be starting with us because we're in the process of hiring our new chancellor. And I really want him to be able to have the opportunity to really look at the way the positions were prioritized, really have the opportunity to listen to his entire school community, which is the colleges, the district office. And it may very well be that he decides to move forward with this plan and present it to the board. But given the fact that just the timing that we're in transition soon of having a new chancellor, I would really like him to have the opportunity to really look at what's being presented and have the opportunity to listen to everyone. To a chancellor sometimes coming in, a vote of 8, 4, and 2 might mean something to the chancellor, perhaps, and I don't know. But I think that's something to just be considered. We heard in our presentations today regarding the need for mental health, something that we all 5 of us have an interest in. We hear that there's a plan that's going to be presented to us soon. It's going to go through the processes and procedures that we have established within one of our colleges because there is a need. It's a beautiful thing. We have one of our colleges that's able to demonstrate growth during a time when enrollment has dropped, and they need funding for that. And every single dollar will count. I think at this moment, I have concerns in improving and changing anything in the budget allocation. I think everybody knows what they're receiving. They've budgeted for it. It could be a position. Sometimes we think, what's 2.29? Only the colleges know what that means to them. And it could be a position. It can be resources. And I think at this moment in time, I would not feel comfortable supporting it just from conversations and then the transition of a chancellor coming in for myself.
That perspective there, I will say though that there is timeliness involved here because we're creating the tentative budget here to come forward for board approval in June. And everybody will budget according to the allocation model. So if the board doesn't agree to change the allocation model, the budgets will be made as they were with the current district amount of 7.1. That means that the district would have perhaps money to fund one position of 179,000 or less. Now, the new chancellor could then make the case to change the allocation model next year. But from my perspective, Director of Security and Network Infrastructure, if the board approves this, we'd want to move forward and hire that right away. It's a priority need for us. Look at all that we do online, look at the instances of colleges that need to pay out ransoms for ransomware attacks. We're very fortunate to have not been there. I could make a strong case for each of these positions. If the board doesn't approve this, a new person coming in will have no more than 179,000 to put towards positions. And I think that'd be problematic because the employee relations analyst, that one there is a person who's going to be able to help with needed investigations as well as a lot of work that we end up outsourcing at times. So these are really things to help the timeliness at the colleges, to help keep the colleges secure. And I again recommend funding the 7.3% because again, I would recommend higher. However, I really don't want to do anything beyond what the majority recommendation of DCES was at this time. And I think a new chancellor coming in may want to bring additional amounts next year or not. But just wanted to let you know that no positions other than maybe one would be filled if the board doesn't do it.
How much did the DAC carry over or is budgeting this year to carry over?
I think it was a little less than 2%, but we don't always carry over 2%.
Okay. So we're discussing whether to go from 7.1 to 7.3, yet we save 2%. So I guess the reason why I bring this up is Chancellor Gillespie says if the board doesn't approve this, they can't fill these positions. There are other ways to fill these positions. We're saying we want to reallocate funds from the colleges that directly serve students. And I know these positions would serve students as well, but maybe not as closely as the colleges and the work that they do. Not saying they're not important, but on the other hand, we're saying we're going to save money. We're just going to carry over money just in case. But, and I hear what you're saying, Chancellor Gillespie, that the just in case is now, like there's a need. I don't understand the logic of saving and then saying we also need to take money from the colleges to fulfill these positions. So that's where I am stuck. That's one big issue where I'm stuck. I also share Trustee Torres's concern that a new chancellor, whoever that may be, may have a different approach. And, you know, and one of the things that was mentioned as well was a multi-year projection. It's hard to visualize that without actually seeing it. And my concern is, are all of these positions, or is the increase in from 7.1 to 7.3, does it also directly impact enrollment? You know, and that isn't clearly evident to me. So those are my concerns and why I can't be supporting it.
Just a little alternate point of view, and I understand the argument about the change in leadership and wanting that person to have as clean a slate as possible. But I would submit to you that a new chancellor is going to have much more to concern themselves with than this particular issue. If I'm not mistaken, this particular proposal that we've heard a lot about has gone through all of the process, if you will, with
Yes.
committees and so forth.
Yes.
And democratically, I can use that term, resulted in a 2-to-1 vote in favor of moving this forward to us.
An 8-4-2 vote, yes.
Okay. And that originally this was something which had much greater anticipated impacts to our colleges, which would have also created more infrastructure at the district office, but has been scaled back.
Correct.
And there is not a companion component that used to exist here where there would be an automatic increase of more dollars in a second year.
And thank you for mentioning that. I failed, it's in the document, but yes, this is 7.3, and a new chancellor can decide to pursue it, you know, whatever in the future. So originally we had talked about make it 8% in year 1 and then 8.5 in year 2 or something like that. But that's off
Right.
the table. It's just from 7.1 to 7.3.
Okay. And I know it's tough. It's very tough when you take something away from those institutions that are touching children, young adults directly. Forgive my background, but I also have a strong awareness of how critical these centralized services can be in the background, to the point where if they are not there and something goes wrong, we'll wish we had. And for that reason, I think this is a measured approach to some needs that have been identified for quite a long time. Rather than deferring and delaying this any further, I would make a motion for approval to see whether there's a second and see how the vote goes, so that we can at least be done with this. And then if the new chancellor wants to take it up, then he can. So I'm gonna move approval of this item as presented.
Is there a second?
Any other discussion? Yes.
I can't, after being at the conference and hearing the IT nightmares, and, you know, for the last 12 years, heard presentations from our IT leaders of how understaffed we are compared to every other college district. We used to see a chart, and, you know, that we've always been the least staffed IT department, which I think as great of a job as is done, it leaves us incredibly vulnerable. And I think it would be vulnerable to the point of almost remiss on and negligent on our part to not support the director of security and network infrastructure and beef up our IT. I mean, if the state money comes through, that's great, but that could be one-time money for some one-time protection, ransomware or whatever there might be. but the threat is very real. There have been some colleges that have lost, when it was it $19 million? I mean, it's just staggering what happens with these IT security breaches. And, you talk about a cost to students when your IT is shut down for a couple of days, especially when you have all this online learning, and then you have to, pay ransomware in cryptocurrency. I mean, it's a nightmare that has happened to too many of our colleges. And I can't imagine not supporting the positions to get that covered. So we have a motion and a second.
Well, I
Yes. Oh, do you have
yeah,
Trustee Rodriguez?
this is an incredibly difficult decision. And I do want to acknowledge that my colleague pointed out that this is, a long time coming, right? The Bryce Harris report was from March 27th of 2019, but I don't necessarily feel comfortable with the uncertainty of just doing a 7.3 and not knowing what's coming after. That to me is a little unsettling. I do agree with you, Diane, that the director of security and network infrastructure is incredibly important. I also think that the DI position is vital to have in this district, but I think that to kind of just go to 7.3 and say, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I don't necessarily I don't favor that approach. And I sort of wish that we had stuck on that step plan of phasing it in and just having a more concrete guided pathway to ensure that this is taken care of, and the concerns of that the academic senate and faculty raised were more thoughtfully addressed. I think would have been I would have felt more comfortable supporting this had that come to the board. Those are my comments.
Comments? Trustee Perez?
Yes. I've been here my 12th year now, and a lot of these positions, some of these positions have been noted all previously about the benefit, if not the need, to the district and by extension the colleges, and ultimately to serve the students. And there's always that, which has greater precedent, the dollars that are like in the classroom or the dollars that are in the back office, but they all serve students. And I don't think one can exist sufficiently without the other. Just real recently, and it may not be directly on point of the Director of Security and Network Infrastructure, but there was, I forwarded inquiry or question to the Chancellor about applications fraud and what is the cost of that to the district. And it just seems to me that that's just one small way that we can look at making this change, looking at it as an investment, rather than just simply looking at it as a cost. And oftentimes things come before us and we ask, did it go through the process? Was it fully vetted? And we heard tonight that though there may be differing viewpoints on the question, the process was fulfilled. And this is one of the more deliberative questions that have come in front of me anyway, let alone the whole board. And all things considered, and by that I mean all the questions that I had, and taken into consideration the responses, and
as I look at this, I'm looking at my global role in serving to the greatest extent I can, a fiduciary responsibility, but also looking to provide the ability to provide the best services for our students. And again, like I said, by definition, there's any number of ways that we all serve that serve our students. And so I can support the 7.3.
And I think it's important that we, I share the president's perspectives, because this was talked about at cabinet over a number of months too, as it was being talked about at DCAS. And it started at, the 8%, we're down to the 7.3, but all three college presidents supported it at cabinet. I mean, you look at, they will be getting, I think, the 389,000 less of new money going through to the colleges, but they recognize the value that these positions can bring based on our discussions at cabinet. So I just wanted to share that as well.
I heard the board's an interest in terms of security and network infrastructure. With the current funding, there is the funding for one position. So whether this is approved or not, if this is a priority to the district, they can fund it, whether this is approved or not. I think we were looking at positions, and some of the things when I looked at the positions, the colleges also have research analysts. They also have different specialists. They have their own institutional effectiveness. They have their own deans actually that work with the dual enrollment program at their respective colleges. And so when I was looking at the positions, and the ranking may change, that's part of the reason why I really encourage that a chancellor to be able to, a new chancellor to be able to take a look and be able to have those conversations. And for myself as a board member, I would hate for myself to be able to have the chancellor and say, this is something that we voted as a board. And so now this is what's going to look like. It did go through a participatory governance process. And so for me, if we really want position number one, it can happen regardless of whether this is approved or not, because there's funding for one position. To me right now, hearing presentations for mental health, hearing presentations from East, over the Ventura College, the Santa Paula, Piru area, Fillmore, every single dollar into those communities that have been coming and asking, that's where a focus I feel would be important. They don't know that, let me go through this participatory governance process and submit my proposal so I can get a 2.some%. And so I think when we're looking into prioritizing, it is many of our colleges are very different from our K-12 institutions. What I've seen in terms of how the district office at times works, our colleges are like our own district. They have a lot of the personnel doing a lot of the work. And by that, I'm not minimizing the work at the district office. I'm just saying we have a budget allocation, and I know the conversation has been made. Everybody is going to make their vote, and we can go for a roll call. But I'm very much for students in the colleges to be able, all of the funding we have to go into Santa Clara Valley, because we have such a need. We have our migrant, our underprivileged. They're very far, and every single percentage, if I can choose, I would send it to the Santa Clara Valley area. So when Ventura College comes with a proposal, in a couple of months from now, they still haven't had a chance to be able to present, I can say, great, there's this funding. It can go into this beautiful building that they're going to build. And so right now, I want to be protective of what we have, to send it to our colleges. So that's just
That's fine. Okay, I think we're ready to vote unless anyone, okay. Why don't we do a roll call vote? Oh, Vice Chair.
I do have
Yeah.
another comment,
Okay.
something I forgot. It's going to sound like I'm talking out of the other side of my mouth, but I had mentioned earlier when this came up, what can we do to offset any negative impact to the colleges? Sometimes there are ways of identifying funds or generating more revenue. And I believe I said it would be in moving forward with something like this, it would be my full expectation that we would still keep that in mind as a goal so that we can allow them to remain whole. That might on paper not be possible at this time, but I really don't want to lose sight of that, regardless of how the vote goes.
And I, for one, don't look forward to talking to our DEI trainers to tell them that, we're not going to hire a district DEI officer, which was, they said we might as well not bother doing the training if we didn't make that commitment. And so there's a lot of disappointment here.
It poses a question that I have is if this item gets passed, do we have a definitive plan in regards to these 15 positions or something? So, I mean, we have the numbers in front of us, but if this passes tonight, what's going to happen tomorrow? That wasn't in the analysis, or
No, because again, we've ranked the positions and the ranking was done a while ago. So I would look at a new chancellor who'd be coming in to work with the cabinet members, and if there is going to be any adjustment to these positions, to make those. But then these are all new positions, so they're going to have the new position review that'll go through the board committee, it'll go through cabinet, it'll come to the board for final approval. Yeah, it has. So the DEI could move forward already. So
four positions could be funded.
Yeah. And so with this, I mean, everybody knows the priority of that DEI position. With approval of that, we could move forward with that and post it right away if we get the money to do that.
okay, but that's different than what's in front of us right here.
Right, but that's what Dave said at the
I'll-
beginning.
I'll-
He said we.
I'll throw a wrench in just because of the conversation. I normally don't do this, but I have a director of purchasing who just retired after 33 years, and we weren't able to fill the position. That person was doing the job of about 4 directors. So that's not on the list at all. That may become a topic of conversation, but there's some moving parts around this still. But from my perspective and from the conversation with the chancellor, you would say, here's the first 4. These are ranked and prioritized. I don't think you're going to see number 15 move up to number 1, but here's the first 4. I'm only giving you that example about the director of purchasing because you haven't heard that. It hasn't been a heated discussion or a robust discussion of anything, even at the district office, but we're happen to have that work split up about through 6 or 7 of us right now until we can get something, something worked out, whether that's 1 position or 2 positions. However, the DEI is an important issue. We're hearing the board talk about it now, and we've heard it. And so the chancellor, I think, will end up having additional discussions if this does get approved. And but I don't think you're going to see any major overhaul from this list.
Sure.
I think if you look at the first
I
few
guess
positions.
for me, I mean, I gave the reasons why I can't support it, but what I didn't capture, and it's just hitting me now, is it's unclear for me. An added layer to help me get behind this. When somebody asks me tomorrow, how could you approve more money at the DAC when the colleges need it? I can say, well, here's the plan. Here's what's going to happen tomorrow. And we don't have that. It's like, hey, we have a ranking. DEI is number 6. We're hearing that it could be 1 through 4. So I just really like very clear, here's what's going to happen tomorrow if this is approved. But I think we're ready for vote.
So if you know that, would that then make you feel favorable? If you know the order in which they'd move forward?
It would certainly help. Yeah.
So we would have the 500 or the 568,000. So we have the DEI director would use 221, director of security and network would get us up to a little over 4. And we may be able to then fund one of the $106,000 ones with the money that's remaining. And what we'd hope is that if for some reason we get additional recurring dollars that would come from supporting IT, we could maybe then hire employee relations analysts. And again, we may need to provide more money with the remaining balance just to address Terry Kobos's retirement. But that's what's be top in my mind and how it would move forward right now. But we can kind of talk and commit to that. I mean, I'm a little bit confused because part of it is, well, let's give a new chancellor flexibility to determine. But if I was talking to the new chancellor right now, this is what I'd say. You got this $500 and some thousand. Here's how I would recommend it go out, and he could confirm that with could confirm that with the team.
Michelle, could you do a roll call vote, please?
No.
Yes.
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 Motion carries
Thank you.
3-2. Student trustee, yes. Okay. Let's see if we can come down the end and stretch here. Accreditation update. We did that. We're there. That's all in the packet. Everything's in the packet. Chancellor's report.
It's mainly recognizing the upcoming commencements and all of the other events, recognizing the accomplishments of our students, and also draw attention to the various college and staff reports that are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee reports, and I will start with Trustee Perez.
Request for just the one that was mentioned earlier about a focused discussion on what was it? Thank you.
What was it? Okay. Yes, your turn, Trustee Torres.
The same request that Trustee Perez. So that way, if you need to have board consensus, you know that there's also an interest from a second board member. And I'll save my reports because it's already 11:22, so I won't share much. I mean, somebody can share about the conference. The majority of us were there.
Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Number one, and I think this will save some time, my evaluation. I'm very eager to see mental health and the health centers, the needs there to be addressed and brought back to the board. Santa Clara River Valley East Campus Growth Plan. It was mentioned, and we also received a letter, I believe, from LULAC requesting an item be placed on the agenda, but the foundation report. Basically, we heard a lot in public comments in regards to a lot of asking for this board, but I think we need some clarification of what our role of oversight is. First, the boards themselves of the foundations, and also on the HR side, who are employees of the district and who are employees of the foundations themselves. I would also ask an item be placed on the agenda in regards to the process of the Oxnard College leadership investigation, just on the process, because there are some concerns there. And just a big future congratulations to the graduates, and I'm excited to be there and see some smiling people. So it's good times. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Mantooth.
I too will concur about an expanded pandemic update. I think that that is going to be warranted. It may be very interesting by the time we get the update, what the situation turns out to be. So that sounds to me like a board majority for that particular item. And I'm just very excited about next week and the culminations to see the fruits of all the labors of not only the students themselves, but the staff that's helped guide them to get where they are.
Okay, we did all go to a conference. I thought it was really well done. A lot of people, it was probably the most trustees, our highest attendance in a really long time because we just hadn't all gone to, statewide something in a long time. So that was nice to see a lot of trustees from around the state. And I think I speak for all of us for that. I have down mental health needs, East Campus follow-up, student worker pay raise, fiscal effect, vaccine mandate study session, a print size, public sign in the back with the rules of public speaking are here. Since some people don't seem to read the agenda size of it. And then your two questions about structure, the foundations and the process. I thought we had, well thought through decision-making tonight. I appreciated how well everyone thought, deliberated, and considered other opinions tonight. So appreciate that. Any other evaluation comments, please? Yes.
Yeah, I thought we had some good discussions. I think the board in their comments did recognize and acknowledge the efforts of the constituent groups here in the room. I think we can still do a little better on some of the questions on consent calendar items. Could be, if they weren't, could be submitted ahead of time because they were pretty routine questions and it would save some time. Yeah, focused. I think we did a better job tonight of being focused on the actual agenda item in front of us. It's difficult because, there are interconnections, and so it's difficult to stay on point all the time, but I think we're doing a better job of that. And that's it. Thank you. I take this opportunity to just, we're coming on to that best day of the year, second best day of the year, academic year. Thank you all for your efforts in providing student success and completion and accomplishments, culminating in graduation coming up next week. Thank you.
I think our deliberation process was pretty well. Once we got to our own business of the meeting, we didn't take too much. We pretty much were concise, focused. The areas that require more deliberation, we took the time. Everybody had an opportunity to be heard, which is important. So we follow like our ground rules and just working together as a board. I think we followed everything. I think everything worked well. I didn't really see much of an area of improvement. I've been seeing it all along with the work of us doing. Once we get to the actual business, we've been doing pretty good on time ourselves.
One thing on process, it's a thank you to the Chancellor and to Chair McKay and Vice Chair Mantooth, because the items that we've been asking for got on the agenda. So thank you for that. And, student pay and I can't remember so late at the other one, but so thank you for that. I guess the struggle I have also with the process is effectively advocating for items that we come together on. So for example, mental health or whatever it may be, we hear and ask, or the Santa Clara River Valley, we hear and ask. I really wish there were options that the trustees could get behind. right? So, okay, we hear and ask for Santa Clara River Valley is expanding, and I think it's coming a plan, but let's take the mental health ask that there's a huge need. Okay, here are some options. We change the allocation model to help students with mental health, or we tap into reserves to help students for mental health, instead of us, or I'll speak for myself, for me going, gosh, there's a need. What do we do? Right? And clearly the need is resources, dollars, but I just wish there were some options for us to support on the operations side for them to fulfill the work that needs to be done. So solution-based, that's what I'm looking for in the process.
Yes, I actually am looking forward to hearing what those proposals might be for mental health and the Santa Clara River Valley. But we have to wait for them. They weren't ready and they're not here tonight. But I had two other positive comments. And one was there was just very warm, sincere, and well-deserved recognitions for our employees and our student board member, whether it's a birthday or, celebrating his tenure on this board. I also thought, by way of other feedback, that the board did exhibit, and particularly the chair, patience and restraint with an at times disruptive component of the audience.
Okay, thanks. I will collect these. I appreciated everyone. I appreciate everyone's patience today, having to break it. I especially want to thank Patty for, a lot of people talked about the participatory governance book put together, and I just know what an incredible amount of work that is. And then just the continuance with the marketing and the reports that we get are always thorough. And I guess since that's my day job, I know how hard it is to keep it consistent and on task. So
Chair McKay,
yes.
are you going to give student trustee one last swing at it? I mean, one last opportunity to evaluate.
I guess I was thinking, oh, he did his report, but I forgot about you. You go for it.
The evaluation, at the previous DEI meeting, Trustee Chancellor posed a question towards the end of the meeting and asked, what could we do? I didn't have an answer at the time, and I thought long and hard about how this board could improve. And I think, to the credit of the board leadership, I do think there's been an improvement. And I think one component that is incredibly important is no surprises. I think the surprises that have kind of come about during the board meetings, I know we had one today, but it wasn't necessarily our fault. And I think we responded really well to that. But really, it's going to require trust. And I think, having items placed that were asked for being put on the agenda and things like that, continuing and just continuing that collegial relationship. I really look forward to seeing how this board will move forward. And especially with the addition of a new chancellor. I will send all of you a copy again of the Los Cerritos, their kind of diagram on that kind of ground rules for the chancellor. And I hope all of you kind of reconsider that as you hire someone else. And again, best of luck and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
That you will stay in touch. We'll miss you. And but like I said, have fun. Tonight we are going to adjourn the meeting in honor of Dr. Gillespie's father, Jerry. I wish I had brought the obituary with me, but I do know that he was a family man. I'm sure glad you got to go up there and see your dad before he passed with your family. So with that, if there's nothing else, we're adjourned.